Good evening, all of you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening,
Good
sir.
evening, sir.
Good evening.
Yes. Quickly come. Revise whatever we discussed yesterday. Yes. Yes or no? You didn't revise, huh? Yeah, fast. Answer somebody. Revise ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ವೋ? No. Yes. Come back fast. Okay. Overheads. The next chapter, overheads, also called as on cost, indirect cost, supplementary cost, non-productive cost. Yes. Extremely important chapter. There are a lot of topics we cover in this, right? And definitely a question from this comes in the examination always. What are overheads? Somehow indirect material, indirect labor, and indirect indirect expenses, correct? Indirect material, indirect labor, and indirect expenses. Sum of this is my overheads. So if you remember, we had learned different topics under this. First, what are the steps involved in arriving at absorbing the overheads? Ultimate objective is what? We compute what the overheads is, and that should be charged to my units. Yes or no? That should be charged to the good units produced. How do I do that? First, I have my primary distribution, correct? And then I have my secondary distribution. After that, I absorb my overheads. What is primary distribution? When you distribute it to the respective departments, right? It could be the production departments and my service departments. That is, if you remember, you had P1, P2, P3, and then S1 and S2. When you do the primary distribution, I've got rent, for example, right? Rent I distribute it based on area. So I distribute it to P1, P2, P3, S1, and S2, all of them respectively. That is my primary distribution. But ultimately, where are the goods produced? In my production department. So the cost of the service department should again be redistributed to my production department, correct? So this distribution of cost from my service department to my production department, what do I call it? Secondary distribution. Yes, correct? So this secondary distribution, there are different methods here, correct? So first is my direct redistribution method. If you guys can recall, direct redistribution method. Under this method, we do not consider services rendered by one service department to the other. Yes, we only take whatever is the S1 cost, service department 1 and service department 2. First, we take service department 1, apportion it to my production departments, take service department 2 cost and apportion it to my production departments. I do not consider the services rendered by one service department to the other service department. Clear? This is my direct redistribution method. Next is my stepladder method. What do I do here? Here, service from one department, one service department to the other service department only is considered. Reciprocal of the service is not considered. So S1 will provide to S2. However, S2 provide to S1 is not considered. Clear? This is my stepladder method. And last is my reciprocal method, wherein both the service departments or all the service departments or any of the service departments will provide services to each other, right? Whenever there is reciprocal of services, I use my reciprocal method. Under reciprocal method, again I have, what are the different methods? Simultaneous equation method, repeated distribution method, and trial and error method. I hope you guys can recall. Yes, clear? All right. Let me share the screen. Yes, overheads and absorption costing. Like I said, overheads is also my on cost, indirect cost, supplementary cost, or non-productive cost. Classification of overheads, very simple. All this you have learned even in your introduction chapter. This function-wise classification. Function-wise classification, what is it? Factory overheads, administration overheads, selling and distribution overheads, R&D overheads. Behavior-wise classification is what? Fixed overheads, variable overheads, and semi-variable overheads. What are semi-variable overheads? Those which have components of both fixed and variable. What is the example I can give for semi-variable overheads? Say electricity bill. Say you have fixed component. So irrespective of the consumption of units of electricity, say if there is a renter, there's a fixed amount that you're supposed to pay. Beyond certain level, when it goes, you need to pay based on number of units, right? For the excess units, that is my semi-variable. I have both fixed and variable. Even in your telephone, you'll have fixed rental charges you will have, and then based on number of calls you make, correct? These are examples of semi-variable expenses. Do not confuse this with stair-step fixed cost. I am sure that sir has covered it in your introduction chapter yesterday. Okay. Yes. Next, steps involved in distribution of overheads. Collection and estimation of overheads. First, you make a list of all the overheads. Then primary distribution or departmentalization of overheads, right? Then you have secondary distribution and then absorption. Methods of reapportionment of overheads. Again, like as discussed, you have direct redistribution, step method or non-reciprocal method, and reciprocal method. Under reciprocal method, again you have simultaneous equation, repeated distribution, and trial and error method. Techniques of absorption, very simple. Rate per unit. So total overheads you divide it by the number of units. Based on units, you can absorb the overheads based on as a percentage of material, percentage of labor, percentage of prime cost. Right? These are all the different techniques of absorbing the overheads. Labor overhead rate. Total overheads by direct labor are overhead. Machine hour rate, very important. Machine hour rate. Total overheads by direct machine hours. Yes, total overheads by direct machine. What is machine hour rate? It's the cost of running a machine per hour. Cost of running the machine per hour is my machine hour rate. You have basic or simple machine hour rate. When machine operator's wages is not included, I call it as my machine hour, basic or simple machine hour rate. When it is included, when it is added, I call it comprehensive machine hour rate. Right? When to the machine hour rate, if the machine operator's wages is not added, I call it simple or basic machine hour rate. When I add my machine operator's wages, I call it as comprehensive machine hour rate. Steps to be followed for computing machine hour rate, very simple. Compute effective machine hours for the period. Identify and aggregate all fixed overheads and not fixed cost, unlike in case of operating costing. Okay, remember this is overheads chapter, correct? So this is fixed overheads you take and then compute the fixed overheads per machine hour on total basis. Identify the variable overheads. Ascertain machine hour rate for each variable overhead. Aggregate the per unit cost of overhead is equals to basic machine hour rate. To this, when I add my operator's wages, I get my comprehensive machine hour rate. Clear? What are the variable overheads? Normally, power, depreciation, repairs and maintenance, etc. If you remember, for depreciation, I've given a clear working note, right? When it is given based on life, you take it as fixed. When it given based on the kilometers or usage, you take it as variable. But that is the treatment. I had given you what is the exact nature of depreciation. Our working note, general note I had given. I hope you guys can recall. Over and under absorption of overheads. What do I call over absorbed overheads? Yes, anybody? What is over absorption? Yes. When absorbed overheads is more than my actual overheads, I call it over absorption. When absorbed overheads is less than my actual overheads, I call it under absorption. Yes, I call it under absorption. Accounting treatment of over or under absorption. First one, directly transferred to P&L account, or transfer initially to overhead adjustment account, and at the end of the period, the net balance is transferred to costing P&L account. Charge to production based on supplementary overhead recovery rate. What is this? We have solved a problem, we'll solve today also. Okay, supplementary overhead recovery rate, and carry to the subsequent period for adjusting at the end of the year, and then transfer to costing P&L account. And at the end of the year, transfer the balance to costing P&L account. Overhead absorption rate. Okay, then predetermined overhead rate. This is what for the budget, right? You prepare based on the budgeted data before the period starts. That is called my predetermined overhead rate. Okay, that is why you'll find the word budget here. Budgeted overhead for the period divided by budgeted basis for the period. Okay, this is my predetermined overhead. Why is it predetermined? Because before the period starts, you have determined the overhead rate. Blanket overhead rate, overhead cost for the entire factory for the period by base for the period. That it could be total labor hours, total machine hours, etc. Multiple overhead rate, overhead allocated per apportion to each department by corresponding base. Variable portion in semi-variable overhead. What is the formula for variable? Semi-variable expenses. What is the formula? Change in. Yes, yeah. Change in
Expense
divided by
Change in units.
Change in units. Change in expenses divided by change in units. Similar formula you will find even in your PVR and all. Marginal costing, right? Very simple. Change in expenses divided by change in units. What do you look at? Variable cost per unit, correct? Take any particular year. In that year, find out what is the variable cost. Variable cost per unit into number of units for that period. You will find the total variable cost. Total expenses minus total variable cost, you'll get your total fixed cost. Clear? Yes. Depreciation, like I said, when it's given based on useful life, you'll consider it fixed. When it's given based on hours, you'll consider it variable. Okay. I'll also do activity-based costing simultaneously because we'll solve the problems also. Okay. Activity-based costing. Yes. When you ascertain the cost, say of a particular product or a unit based on the number of activities involved in that product, you call it, we are using activity-based costing, right? In activity-based costing, we find out the cost of the particular product based on activities. Yes, if you remember the example, one in the restaurant outside, that watchman will be there, that based on the number of salutes he puts, waiter will be there based on the number of orders he takes. Yes, that is activity-based costing. All right. So activity-based costing is an accounting methodology that assigns cost to activities rather than product or services. This enables resources and overhead costs to be more accurately assigned to products and services that consume them automatically, right? Because you have to analyze the activities involved, you have to do a lot of research and analysis. A lot of manpower is involved in finding out these activities and what are the number of activities, what are the cost drivers. Yes, because of which automatically the cost of implementing this is also higher. Cost of implementing this is also higher. Therefore, it is definitely useful, but it is very costly. Okay. Unit level activity, you have at different level, unit level activities, batch level activities, product level activities, and facility level activities at different levels. These examples also are clear, covered in your main theory. Okay. The use of ABC is a costing tool to manage cost at activity level and is known as activity-based cost management. ABM is the discipline that focuses on the efficient and effective management of activities as the route to continuously improving the value received by customers. Okay. Now, the value-added activities are those activities which are indispensable in order to complete the process. So, if you remember, we had something in vital, essential, desirable, we learned. No, similar concept here also. Okay, which are indispensable in order to complete the process. They are called value-added activities. Clear? Okay. What is we use a DMA technique, if you remember, division, multiplication, and addition, right? First, you find out what is what are the cost drivers. You find out, you divide it and find out the cost per cost driver. Yes, cost per cost driver. multiply it into the number of cost drivers, and add the entire thing. That is my cost as per ABC. Yes, divide, multiply, and add. What are cost drivers? These are factors which determine the activity contributing to the overheads. Cost pool, aggregate all costs relatable to each such activity. Total overheads under both absorption costing and ABC have to be same. Correct? Yes or no? Under absorption costing and under ABC, the total overheads will definitely be same, but the cost of each product may vary. Yes, under absorption costing, you might do it say based on direct labor hours. If product 1 requires more direct labor hours than product 2, under traditional costing or under absorption costing, your cost will be higher for product 1 because direct labor hours is more. However, based on ABC, say the number of activities of P1 is lesser than P2 andre, ABC P1, P2 cost will be higher than P1, product 1 and product 2. But the total overheads cost will be the same under absorption and under ABC. Yes. Okay. All right. Cost drivers. These are certain examples. You can just go through it. Similar, this only will keep coming in different forms. Ordering and receiving material costs, number of purchase orders. These are the cost drivers and these are the activity. Okay. Activity is what? Ordering and receiving material cost. For this, number of purchase orders. Setting up machine cost, number of setups. Machining cost, it will be machine hours. Assembling will be number of parts. Inspection will be number of inspections. Testing cost, number of tests. Painting cost, number of parts. And supervising cost will be direct labor hours. Clear? Okay. Same way, based on functions also we have given R&D, design, customer service, marketing, distribution. That is number of research projects, number of product in design, etc. Okay. Go through this chart. All right. Overheads and absorption costing in this. SNS trading company has 3 main departments and 2 service departments. Okay. For each department, cost is given below. Okay, the data is as below. Expenses is given. Okay, purchase department, packaging department, distribution department. This is my service department, maintenance and personnel department. Expenses are given, area and square feet is given, number of employees is given. The cost of maintenance department, and personnel department is distributed on the basis of area in square meters and number of employees respectively. Okay, so cost of personnel department based on number of employees, cost of maintenance department based on area in square meters. Understanding? Yes.
Yes, sir.
You are required to prepare a statement showing the distribution of expenses of service departments to main departments using the stepladder method of overhead distribution. What do I mean by stepladder method? Anyone? Just now we discussed stepladder means what? When there is no reciprocation happening, we consider the services provided by one department to the other. However, there is no reciprocal of services. Yes, that is my stepladder method. Okay, so that is why if you see here, right, they have done main department and service department cost. Here 5 lakh, 8 lakh, 3 lakh 50. From where is all this coming here? Primary distribution is already done. When the expenses are already given for each department, that means primary distribution agide anta. This is my primary distribution. Yes. What we are supposed to do is secondary distribution. So that primary distribution expenses will be there. This is my primary distribution. Okay. Next, distribution of maintenance department expenses to my main department. Correct. Maintenance department. This is my stepladder method. So maintenance department is providing services to personnel department. However, personnel department is not providing services to maintenance department. Clear? Yes. Whatever is the first one, no, we consider that only will be providing services to the second one. The second will not provide to the first. That is the stepladder method. Clear? So here we write down distribution of maintenance department. So 6,40,000, you will distribute it to all the other remaining departments in the ratio of their area 12, 15, 7, 4 and 6. Can't the idea? 12, 15, 7 and 6. So the same thing, 12 is to 15 is to 7 is to 6. Clear? 12 is to 15 is 7 is to 6. So that in that ratio apportion it, then you add it. Distribution of personal department. Here you will not. So this has become now 0, correct? Step ladder. Personal is not providing services to maintenance department. So this 4,16 ing bantu 3,20,000 plus 96,000. 4,16,000 you apportion in the ratio of the personnel, that is 800, 1,700 and 700. Okay, 800, 1,700, 700 you apportion it. That is how you have arrived at this cost. Add all of it. This is after my secondary distribution. Clear? Yes.
Yes.
Calculation of expense rate per hour of main department. Okay, this is based on the hours work they have given. Okay, they have given the number of hours work. Based on that you compute this. Yeah, main thing is you have to understand theory. Adike step ladder, if you don't understand, you can't solve this problem. Most of them they would have done repeated distribution and lost marks. Okay, next one, RTP May 2022, again important, your examination RTP this is. Okay, PERTS Limited is a manufacturing company having 2 production departments, A and B, and 2 service departments, X and Y. The following is the budget for March 2022. Direct material, direct wages, factory rent, power, machine, depreciation, general lighting, perquisites. Okay, total is given here. Direct material and direct wages. So that is why for each of the departments it's already given. Why is it given directly? Because direct material and direct labor andre it's directly allocable to those respective departments. However, overheads apportionment has not happened. Can you see this? No apportionment has happened, which means we are supposed to do what? Primary distribution for all these costs. Yes, we are supposed to do primary distribution. On what basis? They've given the basis here. Factory rent, on what basis will I do? Yes, anyone? Factory rent on what basis?
Area.
Area.
Area or square feet. Power per machine on what basis?
Light points.
Power or machine on what basis will I do?
Horsepower.
Horsepower.
Horsepower is given. Yes. Horsepower of machines and machine hours both will come into picture. We'll see that down. Okay. Depreciation based on what?
Capital value of the assets.
Assets.
Depreciation based on capital value of assets. And last one, general lighting based on?
Light points.
Yes. General lighting based on light points. Yes. Okay. So if you see here, and then a technical assessment of the apportionment of expenses of service department is as under. This is why is this given, this information? For secondary distribution. This is my secondary distribution information. Primary distribution I'll do based on this information. Secondary distribution I'll do based on this. Okay. This is for my primary distribution. Okay. This is my secondary distribution. Prepare a statement showing distribution overheads to various departments. That is my primary distribution. Statement showing redistribution of service department expenses to production department using simultaneous equation method, trial and error method, repeated distribution method. Okay. Primary distribution of overheads. They have given there already. So direct material and direct wages, they have only given. So you don't have to use your brains. Whatever is given, that is what we'll take. Direct material and direct wages. Cost given, I put it here. Direct material and then direct wages. Factory rent. Factory rent area is given. Yes. Okay. Factory rent area. So based on area, we have done it. Power, like I said, both horsepower and machine hours you need to multiply. Power, both horsepower and machine hours. Depreciation based on capital value. Lighting based on lighting points. Perquisites based on direct wages. Yes or no? Perquisites will be based on direct wages. You apportion and then you find out primary distribution. Clear? Right. Redistribution of service department X is using simultaneous equation method. Simultaneous equation is what? X is equals to, what is X? X cost is 9,20,000 plus Y cost is 0.05Y. Yes or no? Yes. Where am I getting 0.05Y? Here.
Second.
Yes.
Yes. Y. 5% is utilized here. So service department Y. 5% of Y cost is apportioned to X. 20% of X cost here. 20% of X cost is apportioned to Y. So there you get here 9,20,000 plus 0.05 Y, 11,40,000 plus 0.20 X. then you substitute x for y, substitute in the value of x in y. Artha aita? So this 9,20,000 plus 0.05y you will substitute here. 11,40,000 plus 0.20 x badlu you will write 9,20,000 plus 0.05 y. Solve for either equation and you get this answer 13,37,374. Substitute the value of y in the equation. For x you will get 9,86,869. Clear? And then you need to do the redistribution. Here if you remember, department X 55% and 25%. Ellinda bantu illi 55% and 25%. Clear? So department X you take here 11 lakh here department X, so 9,86,869 you found out here. 55% of this will go to A, 25% of this will go to B. Similarly we'll do for Y, 60% and 35% of 13,37,374 you will apportion it here, and then this is the cost of A and B. I hope I'm clear. Yes.
So
What is trial and error method? Overheads as per primary distribution you will take 9,20,000 and 11,40,000. Okay, 9,20,000 and 11,40,000 you will take. Here only between X and Y you will do repeated distribution. Only between X and Y, that is the service department. So first 11,20,000 you will, first 9,20,000 you will apportion to Y. Okay, 20% of 9,20,000. Yes or no? There you saw what percentage of X is apportioned to Y. 20% of X is apportioned to department Y. Correct. So 20% of 9,20,000 you will add it here, and then add this 13,24,000. 13,24,000 to 5%. Why? Because 5% of Y only is apportioned to X given in the question. So 13,24,000 into 5%, 66,200. Again, you multiply, you add this 9,20,000 plus 66,200. Sorry, 9,20,000 is already apportioned. So 66,200 to 20% you will take it here. 5% of 13,240. This way you keep doing till it becomes 0, and then add the entire cost. I hope I'm clear. Yes, 9,20,000 to 20% will come here. You add total of that. Then 13,24,000 to 5% will come here, right? And then 20% of this 66,200 will come here. 5% of 13,240 will come here. Again, 20% of 662 will come here. 5% of 132 will come here. Add total of all of this. This will be nothing but my simultaneous equation method. Whatever answer I got, the same answer I'll get here also, right? These are just different methods. For reciprocal method, one is simultaneous equation, one is trial and error. Last is repeated distribution, that also you see. This table will be same as simultaneous equation. All of you. The table of distribution, obviously, because X and Y is same cost, Andre, the distribution will be same. Yes or no? 55% and 25% for X, then 60% and 30, whatever the remaining 35% is for Y. Clear? Yes. Redistribution using repeated distribution method. Under this, you will do all the thing, all X and Y at each step. X and Y for each step. Illi, you will get the same thing, ma. Alli trial and error, you see the same figures you'll get now. 66,200, 662, 13,240 ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ ಇವಾಗ 66,200, 13,240, 662, 132, 7. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? But only difference is you will not do between X and Y. You will distribute the entire cost to all of this. So first 9,20,000 you will distribute based on the percentage given in the question, 55, 25 and 20, right? So 55% to A, 25% to B and 20% to Y. 20% to Y you will do. Okay. Same way, now 9,20,000 minus 9,20,000 0 agide. This you have to add 13,24,000. 13,24,000 will apportion to all this in the ratio 65, 35 and 5. Okay. Now what is left? This will become 0. Correct. 11,40,000 plus 1,84,000 minus 13,84,000 has become 0. What is left in X is only 66,200. Correct. This 66,200 you will apportion in this ratio 55, 25 and 20. Same way you keep doing it, repeated distribution, and then you will arrive at the same answer. Illi an answer bandittala to almost similar answer because of rounding off ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಆಗಬಹುದು, but otherwise same answer you will get here. Clear? All of you? Okay. Next. Yes, ABC Limited manufactures 3 products X, Y and Z using the same plant and resources. It has given the following information for the year ended 31st March 2020. Production quantity in units, cost per unit. Okay, production quantity in units. cost per unit, the 1200, 1440 and 1968. What is the cost per unit? Direct material, it is 90 and 18. Artha agta idea? Number of units, production quantity in units is given. The direct material cost per unit is given. Direct labor cost per unit is given for X, Y and Z. Budgeted labor rate was rupees 8 per hour. That is rupees 8 for each hour is paid. The production overhead shown in the table below were absorbed to products using direct labor hour rate. Okay, this is the current policy of the organization. What are they doing? Absorption costing they're following based on direct labor hours. Okay, now what they will tell you to do based on ABC. Okay, company allowed absorption costing method, followed absorption costing method. However, the company is now considering adopting activity based costing method. Okay, so like I said, the budgeted overheads total of this 50,000, 40, 28, 240 and 1,28,000 will be same under absorption and activity based costing. However, the absorption, the cost will change for each product estate. Okay, now cost driver, number of orders. Material procurement, what is the cost driver? Number of orders. Remarks, number of orders was 25 units for each product. Okay, 25 units for each product. Setup cost, they have given 40,000. Number of production runs, they have only given what is the cost driver and the number of production runs. All three products are produced in production runs of 40 units. Quality control is given, number of inspections. Maintenance is given, number of machine maintenance hours. The total maintenance hours were 6,400 and was allocated in 1:2, 1:1:2. Okay, so this 6,400 hours apportion in 1:1:2 and then you apportion this budgeted overheads. Clear? So this is my activities. These are my activities. This is my cost driver and this is basis for it. Okay. Required, calculate the cost per unit of each product using absorption costing method. Calculate the total cost per unit of each product using the activity based costing method. Under traditional absorption costing, very simple, quantity in units they have given. Yes, 1,200. Where have they given here? 1,200, 1,400, 1,968. All of you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So 1,200, 1,440, 1,968, 4,608 is here. Right? You total this 4,608. Direct labor per unit, right? Rupees 18, 20 and 30 they have given. Yes or no? Here 18, 20 and 30. Okay, so direct labor cost per unit. Therefore direct labor hours is how much? 18 into 4. Artha agta idya? Why 18 into 4? Because 1 rupees 4 per hour. Yes, yes or no? Rupees 4 per hour. Therefore A into 4 they're doing. Okay, A into B by 4. Understanding? A into B will give me what? Number of units into direct labor per unit they've given. I multiply, I get my total direct labor. Yes. Divided by labor rate, I'll get my machine labor hours. Yes or no? Correct? That is what they've done here. 1,200 into 18, I get my total direct labor cost. Divided by 4, I get my labor hours. That is 5,400, 7,200, 14, 1,476 and 2,7,360. Okay. Overhead rate per direct labor hour. Budgeted overheads divided by budgeted labor hours. Clear? Budgeted overhead divided by budgeted labor hours. What is budgeted labor hours? 27,360. That is what you find it, 27,360 hours. What is my budgeted overheads? This 50, 40, 28, 240, 1,28,000. Adanne ಇಲ್ಲಿ add ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ 50, 40, 28, 240, 1,28,000. I add all of this divided by my total budgeted hours. I get my budgeted predetermined direct labor hour rate, overhead rate. Artha agta idya? All of you. So I absorb the cost, overhead cost based on direct labor hours at rupees 9 per direct labor hour. Clear? So based on absorption costing, if I have to do now, direct labor 18, direct material 90, they have only given. Production overhead. Production overhead. How will I do this? For each hour, it will be 9, correct? For each hour, 9. How many hours? Rupees 18 is the direct labor hours. Divided by 4 rupees per hour, I get my labor hours for this X. Multiply into my absorption overhead rate, 9. I get my production overhead. So therefore, my total cost per unit is 148.5, 149 and 273.5. I hope this is clear. Yes, based on absorption costing, I hope it is clear. Now, calculation of cost driver level under activity based costing. Okay, so quantity is given in units as 1200, 1440, 1968 already given. Number of orders to be rounded off of X. So number of orders, what have they given here? Number of order was 25 units for each product. So in each order, what are we assuming here? Each order is of 25. Artha aagta idea? Each order is for 25 units. Therefore, number of orders will be total quantity in units divided by 25 for each of them. This will be my number of orders. 48, 58 and 79. Then I find out my total orders. Clear? Same way, number of production runs is based on number of orders they've given there on top. Okay. If you see this, done for each production run. Okay. Sorry, setup cost. Number of production runs. All the products are produced in production runs of 48 units. All the products are produced in production runs of 48 units. Therefore, here you divide it by 48. Clear? So 1200 divided by 48, I get 25. Yes. So number of production runs, number of inspections, they have only told it is based on production runs. So same thing you copy paste 25, 30 and 41. Yes. Okay. And then you find out maintenance hours, they've given you the ratio, right? 1:1:2, 1:2, 6,400 they've given. Yes, 6,400 they've given, 1:1:2. So you do it in that ratio, 1:1:2, 1,600, 1,000, 3,200. Therefore, now we have done division. Yes or no? Division aita. We have divided everything and found out what is my cost driver rate. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I have found out my cost. Now I have to find out my cost. Sorry, I found out my cost drivers. Number of cost drivers I found out. Right. So this to the total budgeted cost. When I divide my cost driver, I get my cost driver rate. Artha aita? 50,000 is my total budgeted cost. Yes, all of you. Material procurement 50,000 is my total budgeted cost. To this I divide 185 orders. I find out my cost driver rate here. So for material procurement setup, cost driver rate is 270.27. Quality control, same thing, 40,000 given in the question. 96 we have done here. Yes or no? Artha aagta idea? 96 we have done here. 40,000 divided by 96, I found out my cost driver rate. And then maintenance 28,240 again given in the question, divided by 96, same thing, 1,28,000 divided by 6,400, I found out my cost driver rate. Divide. So we have divided here and then now we multiply. Okay. So direct labor, direct material already given in the question. Prime cost, you add these two. Material procurement, right? What is material procurement? X you know. Material procurement, to come down and check the cost driver here. 48. Yes. Artha aagta idea? Material procurement. What is the cost driver? Number of orders, right? So for X, what is the number of orders? 48. Yes, number of orders is 48 for X. Ade illi 48 into cost driver rate. Multiply 270 into 0.27, 270.27. 270.27 I multiply into 48 and then I find out my material procurement. Same thing I do for all of them. Okay. Artha aagta idea?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I was understanding. So this is per unit alarm. So divided by 1,200. That's all. Everywhere it is done. Only additional thing is, since it is because it is per unit, you divide it by 1,200. Aste. Clear? So you divide it by 1,200 and then you find what is the overhead cost per unit and then total cost per unit, A plus B. Clear? All of you? Yes? Next. Question 1. Okay. So I'll just quickly go through this. Sri Gopal Limited, having 15 different types of automatic machines, furnishes information as under. So what are the number of machines? 15 machines it has. Overhead expenses, factory rent is given 1,80,000, floor area of 1 lakh square feet, heat and gas 60,000, supervision 1,50,000. Wages of the operator are 200 per day of 8 hours. Operator attends to one machine when it is under setup and two machines while they are under operation. I hope. Solpa recall adre, we have solved the same problem in the class also. In respect of machine B, one of the above machines, the following particulars are furnished. Cost of machine 1,80,000, life of machine 10 years, scrap value at the end of the life of its life is 10,000. Annual expenses on special equipment attached to the machine are estimated as rupees 12,000. Estimated operation time of the machine is 3,600 hours, while setup time is 400 hours per annum. So for machine B, the data is 3,600 hours for operation time. Setup time is 400 hours per annum. Machine occupies 5,000 square feet of floor area. Okay, so total floor area is 1,000 square feet. However, this machine occupies only 5,000 square feet. Therefore, accordingly, you need to apportion what? Factory rent. Yes or no? So accordingly, factory rent you will apportion. So factory rent 1,80,000 for 1 lakh square feet. However, for machine B, it is 5,000 square feet of floor area. Power cost rupees 5 per hour when machine is in operation. Find out the comprehensive machine hour rate of machine B. Also find out machine cost to be absorbed in respect of use of machine B on the following two work orders. Work order 1, machine setup time and machine operation time. Okay. So what you will do, if you remember, so standing charges. So these are my fixed costs. Factory rent 1,80,000 given in the question, divided by 1 lakh hours into 5,000 square feet. You will find out factory rent for machine B. Okay. Then heat and gas 60,000 is given. Yes or no? This is before machine B. See, above line item, this is above this line item, whatever is given, this is for the entire factory. Okay, now. So gas expense is given here, supervision expense is given here. Therefore, I take that 60,000 and divide it by 15 machines, 1,50,000 divided by 15 machines. I hope you guys are understanding. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So 4,000, I find my heat and gas expense, supervision expense, depreciation they've given below line. Yes, below this line item, depreciation is given here. 1,80,000, life is 10 and scrap is 10,000. Therefore, 1,80,000 minus 10,000 divided by 10,000, 10 years, you get 17,000. Annual expenses on special equipment, they've given below line. Yes, here. So this is only for machine B. That is 12,000 is given. Okay. That 12,000 I added here. I find out what is the total fixed charges, fixed cost for machine B, and then divided by 4,000 hours. Okay, and divided by 4,000 hours. How 4,000 hours? 3,600 hours plus 400 hours. Okay, so divided by 4,000 hours, 13 is the machine hour rate. Okay, now I have to do it. I have to find separate for setup per hour rate and operational per hour rate. Operational rate per hour. For setup, fixed cost will be same. Yes, for machine, whether it's the thing is under operation or setup, fixed cost is same. Yes or no? Yes, fixed cost is same. So that's why for setup rate, I will consider both. For setup as well as for operation, I will consider fixed cost. Power will come only when it is under operation. Yes or no? Power cost will come only when it's under operation. Wages, again, I will add it for both setup as well as for operation. For setup, I need 1. Yes or no? It's given here. Okay. It's given in the question. Wages of the operator is rupees 200 per day of 8 hours. Operator attends to 1 machine when it is under setup, 2 machines while they are under operation. Okay. So 200 divided by 8, I get 25. Divided by 2, I get 12.5. Clear? Yes. 200 by 8, I get 25. This is for setup. So one machine per setup, one machine operator will be there. For operation, for 2 machines, 1 machine operator. Therefore, I divide it by 2, I get 12.5. So when I add this, I get my operational rate and my setup rate. They have already given for work order 1, what is the machine setup time, what is the machine operation time. That I will take it here, 15 and 100, 13 and 190. I will apply my this rate here. Okay, what I found out on top and find out what is the total cost. Clear? All of you understood? Yes. All right. Last question under this chapter. Question 6. Okay. ABC Limited manufactures a single product and absorbs the production overheads at a predetermined rate of rupees 10 per machine hour. Okay. So the absorption rate is what? Rupees 10 per machine hour. At the end of the financial year, it has been found that the actual production overheads incurred were rupees 6 lakhs. It included 45,000 on account of return of obsolete stores, 45,000, and rupees 30,000 being wages paid for the strike period. 30,000 is for strike period. Okay, the production and sales data for the year 2013-14 is as under. Production, finished goods is 20,000. Work in progress 50% complete in all respect is 8,000. Sales finished goods is 18,000 units. The actual machine hours worked during the period is 48,000 hours. It has been found that 1/3 of under absorption, 1/3 of the under absorption, 1/3 of the under absorption was due to lack of production planning, and the rest was attributable to normal increase in costs. Clear? You're required to calculate the amount of under absorption of production overheads during the period, during the year 2013-14, and show the accounting treatment of under absorption of production overheads. So first, let's calculate under absorption of overheads. Okay. Ascertainment. What does under absorption mean? Absorbed overheads is less than my actual overheads. Yes. So obviously, I need to deduct the absorbed overheads from my actual overheads because it's less than my actual overheads. Yes. So first, I'll write down what my actual overheads is. Right. Actual overheads. How much is it? Given in the question here. 6 lakh. Yes. So this 6 lakh will come here. Okay. Production overheads given is 6 lakh. From this, I will deduct my abnormal items. Clear? What are my abnormal items? Return of obsolete stores and my strike period, right? So this 45,000 was on account of return of obsolete stores, and rupees 30,000 because of strike period. So return of obsolete stores and wages of strike period, I will reduce from this and then find out my overheads, correct? Actual overheads. From this, why am I reducing this? Because I will be taking it to my costing P&L account. Yes or no? I will take that to my costing P&L account. Now I need to find out what is my under absorbed overheads. 5,25,000. What is the absorbed overheads? 48,000 is the total direct labor hours, and it's absorbed at rupees 10 per machine hour. Yes or no? So 48,000 into 10, 4,80,000 I get here. Difference is 45,000 is the under absorbed overheads. Clear? 45,000 is my under absorbed overheads. In that also, what have they given in the question? 1/3 of the under absorbed overheads was due to what? Due to planning, right? Lack of planning. Yes, was due to lack of planning. So again, this is again abnormal in nature. So I will debit it to P&L account. So 45,000 divided by 3, 15,000 will be taken to P&L account. Balance 30,000 rupees. Balance 30,000 rupees. I need to bifurcate between finished goods, WIP, and cost of sales. How will I do this? Using my supplementary overhead rate. Clear? How will I do that? Balance 30,000. I need to charge it to my finished goods, WIP, and cost of sales. I will do that using my supplementary overhead rate. So finished goods. What is my finished goods? Closing stock of finished goods. Finished goods produced is 20,000. Out of this, 18,000 was sold. Yes. Out of this 20,000, 18,000 was sold. Therefore, my finished closing stock of finished goods is 2,000 units. WIP, they have only given. WIP is 8,000 units. However, it is 50% complete in all aspects. Therefore, 8,000 into 50%, 4,000 units. Remaining cost of sales is 18,000. Why? Because 18,000 is sold. Yes. Total units produced is 24,000. Total units is 24,000. So 30,000 divided by 24,000, rupees 1.25 is my supplementary overhead rate. Supplementary rates. Clear? All of you? 1.25 is my supplementary rate. To this, now I will charge it to my finished goods. 2,000 into 1.25, 4,000 into 1.25, 18,000 into 1.25. When you add all of this, invariably it will add up to how much? 30,000. It will add up to 30,000. Okay. Now I will just debit it. So finished goods control account debit 2,500 from here. Okay. Next, WIP control account 5,000, and cost of sales is 22,500. P&L account is 15,000. What is this? This is my 15,000. and this is what to my overhead control account 45,000. I hope this is clear. All of it. Yes, clear. All right. Next, contract costing. Yes, anyone? Why do I use contract costing? When does contract costing come into picture? Yes.
Building construction.
Construction of building,
Project work.
Roads, bridges.
roads, bridges, flyovers, etc. Yes. Normally, the contract. What is the period of the contract?
1 year, 3 years.
More than a year. Normally, definitely, it is definitely more than a year. It is for longer period of time. Yes.
Yes.
Contract costing is applicable for all construction related activity. Example, building, roads, flyover, dams, construction machines, ships, etc. Is applicable mainly for contractor. If you remember, I stressed on these points again and again, right? It is applicable in the books of the contractor and not in the books of the contractee. So the contract costing, what we are discussing, is mainly for the contractor. Yes. Types of contract, you've got fixed price contract and cost plus contract. What do I mean by fixed price contract? The price of the contract is determined in advance before the contract begins, right? Before they start the construction itself, it is determined in advance. That's why you got fixed price contract. However, what is the disadvantage? Maybe after, because there is long duration involved in contracts, right? And the amount of cost involved is huge, and it might take say 1 year, 2 year, etc. My raw material prices may fluctuate. I've given you example. This we did recently only. I've given you example of steel prices, right? Steel prices of late is increasing drastically. If the contract was agreed say 1 year back, you wouldn't know that steel prices will go up so much. Yes. So to factor in this, you will have something called as escalation or de-escalation clause, correct? So that the contractor doesn't go into loss. Yes. What is this escalation or de-escalation clause? When the raw material price increases due to macroeconomic factors, and it is not because of inefficiency of the contractor. Very important, right? That is why only the price rate increase will come into picture. The quantity rate increase is because of inefficiency of the contractor. That will not be found, that will not form part of the escalation or de-escalation clause. Clear? This is my fixed price contract. What is cost plus contract? You, whatever the cost is, you add certain percentage of profit to it. That is my cost plus contract. Very clear, right? Because it is adding certain percentage to the actual cost incurred, you will not have an escalation or de-escalation clause coming into picture. Yes. All right. The contract. See, AS7 only percentage completion method or revenue recognition shall be allowed. Only for accounts and not in cost. Either take bidi. Now, even in costing, actually, we are not doing all of this. You make a note of this. Page number 21 only. Okay. This AS7 point is there. No, you have to strike off this. Okay. You need to strike off this. Only followed only for accounting and the strike off, not in costing. I don't want other than point beta. In AS7, it is based on percentage completion method of revenue recognition. That's all. Okay. Contract account, expenses are debited and contract price is credited to the extent of completion. I told you guys, contract account is what? Is nothing but a P&L account for each and every contract. Yes. For every contract, you prepare a contract account. It could be at regular intervals or at the end of the period minimum. Yes. And this is like a P&L account. Correct. So that is why your contract price, which is your sale, will be credited, all the expenses will be debited, right? You have certain important terminologies in this, right? Okay, before I go into important terminologies, if you remember the treatment of depreciation, I told you guys there are two ways to do it. Yes, one is directly debit the depreciation to the contract account, or the second method is what? Second method is I debit the plant issued, right? And plant closing value, right? Here, opening value and closing value I debit. The difference between these two is nothing but my depreciation. Yes, I hope you guys can recall. Two methods of presentation. One is either directly debit the depreciation, or opening value and closing value you debit and credit. The difference is nothing but my depreciation. That is my, yes. Now, what are the important terminologies? Work completed. Work completed. It is that part of the contract which is completed as on the date of the financial year end or the reporting date. Okay. Better terminology is to use as on the reporting date. As on the reporting date, whatever the work is completed, right, that is called work completed. Out of this work completed, certain work is certified by a competent expert, and that is called as my work certified. That portion of the work completed which is certified by a valuer, engineer, architect, etc., or a competent competent expert, it is called as work completed. That portion of the work completed which is not certified is called work uncertified. And work uncertified is nothing like my closing stock. It is valued at cost. Work certified is like my sales. It is valued at selling price. I hope you guys can recall. Yes, work certified will be valued at selling price. Work uncertified is like my closing stock, and it will be valued at cost. Right? Retention money, it is that portion of the work certified which is retained by the contractee, keeping in view of certain repair work, etc., to be carried out in future by the contractor. This is my retention money. Work certified minus my retention money is what? Cash received. I hope you guys can remember. Yes. So work certified minus my retention money is the cash received by the contractor. Yes. Let's get into problems. Okay. Statement of cost per batch. Sorry, not this. I will start from here. Define cost plus contract. State its advantages. Cost plus contract. Under cost plus contract, the contract price is ascertained by adding. So all this theory, I hope you guys can recall whatever we just discussed. That is what they've asked here. Define cost plus contract and state its advantages. What is advantage? Assured fixed percentage of profit is there. No risk of incurring any loss. It's useful, especially when the work done is not definitely fixed at a time of making the estimate. Contractee can ensure himself about the cost of the contract as he is empowered to examine the books of account. Yes, in under fixed price contract, the contractee cannot check the books of account of the contractor. Under cost plus contract, because the contract price is dependent on what the cost is, he has the right to access the books of account. Clear? All right. Now, Brick Constructions Limited commenced a contract on April 1st, 2020. The contract was for rupees 10 lakh. The following information relates to the contract as on 31st March 2021. The value of work completed up to February 28, 2021 was certified by the architect, and as a matter of policy, the contractee has retained 1,30,000 as retention money, which is 20% of the certified work, and paid the balance amount. Okay. So what is the value of work completed? Contractee has retained 1,30,000 as retention money, which is 20% of the work certified. How do I compute the total work certified? Retention money divided by 20% will give you my total work certified. I hope it's clear. Okay. The cost of work completed subsequent to architect certificate was rupees 30,000. Okay. Subsequent to the architect certificate, which means what? This is what? After the work, after the architect had certified. So this is my work uncertified. Yes. So this portion of cost relates to my work uncertified. Cost of work completed subsequent to architect certificate was rupees 30,000. Expenditure incurred related to material purchase, wages, and other chargeable expenses. They're given. Materials of the value of 20,000 were lying on the site. A special plant was purchased specifically for this contract at 40,000, and after use on this contract at 31st March 2021, it is valued at 25,000. You are required to compute the value of work certified, cash received for certified work, and notional profit for the contract for the year ended 31st March 2021. Value of work certified, we already discussed 1,30,000, which is my retention money divided by retention percentage. You get the value of work certified. Value of work certified minus my retention money, I get my cash received. I hope this is clear. All right. Notional profit. value of work certified minus cost of work certified. What is cost of work certified? They have only given 5,10,000 is the expenditure. Yes, here 5,10,000. Next, 40,000 minus 25,000 is the value of plant. Yes or no? 40,000 minus 25,000 is the value of the plant that should be depreciated, and 20,000 of the materials were returned lying on the site. So that I should subtract. Minus 30,000. What is this 30,000? Cost of work uncertified. Yes, cost of work uncertified. This is the cost of work certified. When I deduct it from a value of work certified, I get my notional profit. I hope this is clear. Yes, all of you clear? See, instead of doing it like a P&L format or contract account, see, the same thing we can prepare a contract account. Same thing I can prepare a contract account. What will I do in the contract account? My contract price or value of work certified will come on the credit side. So if I have a contract account here, yes, value of work certified will come here. Cost of work uncertified will come here. All the expenses, that is how much here? 5,10,000. Then 40,000 will come here. All the minuses are there. No, they will come here. Yes. The difference between two will be nothing but my notional profit, which will come here. I hope it is clear. Yes, the same thing they did it in a equation format. Had they asked you to prepare a contract account, you must prepare a contract account. Here they had asked you directly what is the answer. So therefore, shortcut agi equation method al madu. Clear? Huh?
Yes.
Yes. Question number 2. KJ Motors Limited is a manufacturer of auto components. Following are the details of expenses for the year 2021. Opening stock of material, closing stock, purchase, direct labor, factory overhead, administrative overhead. During the financial year 21-22, the company has received an order from a car manufacturer where it estimates that the cost. Okay, 1 second. I think this is a overhead related problem. But contract costing not this. Sorry, 388. Yes, this one. Difference between job costing and batch costing. Method of costing used. What is the difference? Major difference. In batch costing, you use homogeneous products in a continuous production flow in lots. Okay. So what are the key terms here? Homogeneous products in lots. Okay. Job costing. Method of costing used for non-standard and non-repetitive products. Non-standard and non-repetitive products. Cost determined for each job, cost determined in aggregate for the entire batch, and then arrived at per unit basis. Jobs are different from each other and independent of each other. Each job is unique. Products produced in batches are homogeneous and lack of individuality. And there is lack of individuality. Okay, that is some theory. I can go through again later. $393. Yes. W Limited undertook a contract for rupees 5 lakh on 1st July 2019. On 30th June 2020, so this is 1 year period, when the accounts were closed, the following details of the contract were gathered. Material purchase, wages paid, general expenses, materials on hand 30th June. So this is my closing value, right? Materials lying on site. Wages accrued 5,000. Work certified is 2 lakh. Cash received is 1,50,000. Work uncertified is 15,000. What is retention money? All of you? Work certified minus my cash received is my retention money. Yes? Correct? Yes. In the above event, okay. The above contract contained escalation clause which read as follows. Same problem I've done, similar wordings from I've done. In the event of increase in the prices of materials and rates of wages by more than 5%, the contract price would be increased accordingly by 25% of the rise in the cost beyond 5%. If earlier my cost was 100, if this has become 125, if this has become 125, what is the rise now? 25 rupees. What is the rise beyond 5%? 20 rupees. On this 20 rupees, 25%. On this 20 rupees, 25% will be my escalation clause. It was found that since the date of signing the agreement, the price of material and wages increased by 25%. The value of work certified does not take into account the effect of the above clause. Artha aita? So this work certified does not take into account the effect of the above clause. Calculate the value of work certified after taking in the effect of escalation clause. Yeah. Percentage of work certified. First, let us find out. Value of work certified, they've given 2 lakh. Contract price is 5 lakh. Therefore, value of work certified, the percentage of work certified is 40%. It is 40%. Value of material and labor used in the contract. Material purchase is 1 lakh given in the question. 1 lakh is given, right? So, ade 1 lakh il bandide. Then 25,000 was lying. Minus 25,000. Okay. So minus 25,000 here, you get 75,000. Okay. Wages paid is 45,000 and wages accrued is 5,000. Therefore, 45,000 plus 5,000, 50,000. My total material and wages is 1,25,000. Clear? So price of material and wages has been increased by 25%. The value before price increase is how much? 1,25,000 divided by 125 into 100, 1 lakh. Clear? Calculation of value of work certified. The value of the contract would be increased by 25% of the price increase beyond 5%. Price increase beyond 5% is how much? 25,000. Yes or no? 25,000 minus 5% of 1 lakh is 20,000. 20,000 only is the value above 25%. Yes. 1 lakh was the cost. It has become 1,25,000. Increase is 25,000. 25,000 is 25%. Above 5% is how much? 20,000. Right? On this 20,000, you apply the escalation percentage. What is the escalation clause percentage? Yes. Here it's given, right? So 20,000 would be increased by 25%. Right? So 25% of 20,000, 5,000 will be the increase. The total contract price would now then be 5,05,000. 5,05,000. So proportionately, you need to find out the work certified value. So 5,05,000 into 40%, you get work certified. Clear? Right? So 2 lakh value of work certified has now become 2,02,000. I hope this is clear. Yes? All right. Next, one more last problem let's solve. Yes, this one. SB Construction Limited has entered into a big contract and agreed price of 1.5 crores subject to an escalation clause for material and labor as spent out on the contract, and corresponding actual are as follows. Okay, so quantity is given here, rate per ton is given here, all of you. Okay, quantity is given here, rate per ton is given here. Okay, labor also same thing, labor hours is given, hourly rate is given. Okay, what is this? What are we supposed to find out? What is the escalation clause for material and labor? Okay, give your analysis of admissible escalation claim and determine the final contract price payable. Prepare the contract account in if all the expenses other than material and labor related to the contract are 13,45,000. Okay. See, in case, so all of you tell me now, what variance shall I consider? Standard is given, actual is given. Okay. Standard quantity is 3,000, actual quantity is 3,400, standard rate is 1,000, actual rate is 1,100. How will I find out my escalation clause?
Only for standard rate.
Standard, we deduct standard price and actual price. For that,
yeah, only the price variance, that is the change in the rates only I will consider. Change in quantity I will not consider. Why?
Because it's due to the inefficiency of workers.
So if you remember, only because of macroeconomic factors, if it is due to macroeconomic factors and which are not within the control of the contractor, only those are covered by escalation clause. Yes, that is why only price variance we will consider. So if you see, that is why standard quantity in hours is given. We will not consider this. This will not be considered. You know, actual quantity we are not bothered. Actual quantity we are not bothered. What we take into consideration is only this. Okay. So that is what will come here. Standard quantity in hours for material and for labor. You take these prices here. Okay. Standard rate is given here. Actual rate is given here. Find out the variance in each of them and then find out what is the escalation claim. What is escalation claim? Standard quantity into my variance will be my escalation claim for material escalation claim and labor escalation claim. Statement showing final contract price 1.5 crores is there. My material is 1,60,000, labor is 3,80,000, total is 5,40,000. I add this and then find out what is my final contract price. I hope this is clear. The same thing, then you multiply and put all these costs here. Okay, whatever actual cost, ಇಲ್ಲಿ contract account ಅಲ್ಲಿ you're not bothered about standard. Clear? Contract account standard you're not considering. Everything will be actual. Aste. So 3,400 into 1,100, 2,800 into 700. That is what will come here. Material and labor will come here, and then contract price will come here. Then my estimated profit will come here. I hope this is clear. Yes, easy. Okay. Yes. Next, service costing. Anyone who can tell me what are simple units and composite units? Anyone? Do you remember? Recall? Yes. Till I open the chapter, page number open madotanga. Let me see if anybody can recall.
Which uses only
Simple and composite. Yes. Yes.
Single unit is which uses single unit of measurement.
Perfect. Yes. Composite.
Composite unit is which uses multiple. Means
yes. Whenever I use more than one, I call it as my composite unit. What could be the example?
passenger kilometer.
Passenger kilometer is an example for composite unit. Service bar operating costing. What's the difference between operating and operation? Sir, has covered yesterday. Tell me. Operating costing and operation costing. Yes. Anyone? Quick, fast. Yesterday, sir. He didn't cover. You pakka would have covered. Introduction chapter. That's the first thing he says. Operation. Where does it come? At least operation costing will come in with chapter head.
Process costing.
Process costing al barutte. Right, sir would have told aggregate of all operations will become one process. Yes, so there will come operation costing. Operating costing is in my service costing. Do not get confused. Okay. Yes. So cost of operating a service, I need to use service costing. Why do I use? To find out the cost of operating a service. Cost unit, I have simple unit and composite unit. When two units of measurement is used, I call it my composite unit. Simple is only when one unit of measurement is used. Composite unit, there is again absolute unit and commercial unit. What is this? Average load into total distance traveled. Distance traveled into tons. This is simple average and weighted average, if you remember. Simple average and weighted average when you use, that is the difference between absolute and composite. So we normally use weighted average. Normally we use weighted average only. Clear? If the question does not specify what to use weighted average. Clear? Yes. Computation of cost of operating service. So this one, you have a format here. Standing cost or my fixed cost. Then you have my running or variable expenses, and then semi-fixed cost or semi-variable expenses. Yes, also called as my maintenance cost. Semi-variable expense, the maintenance cost into standing charges, fixed, that is my fixed charges, running cost and my maintenance charges. Clear? Standing, running, and maintenance charge. That is the format we follow. Okay, multiple costing is when you use different methods of costing. So say for example, building you use contract costing. For interiors you use service costing. That is my multiple costing. Followed by a business where a large variety of articles are produced. Cost of each article is computed separately by using two or more methods of costing. Whenever I use two or more methods of costing, I call it multiple costing. Okay. All right. Service costing. Okay, certain theory is there. Okay, what do you understand by build, operate, transfer approach in service costing? How is the toll road computed? Then I'll go through Madi important theory, all of this. Okay, I'll come in examination. Now, MRSL Healthcare Limited has incurred the following expenditure during the last year for its newly launched COVID-19 insurance policy: office administration cost, claim management cost, employee cost, post-logic. List of all the costs are given. Number of policies sold is 2,800. Total insurance value of policy is 3,500 crores. Cost per insured value is 0.002. Calculate the total cost of COVID-19 insurance policy, segregating the cost into four main activities, namely marketing and sales, support, operations, IT and cost, and support functions. Calculate cost per insurance policy. So adinne, what they have done, idinna you just bifurcate into what? Marketing and sales support, operations, IT cost anta ashte irodu. Okay, easy, right? So marketing and sales cost, policy development cost, cost of marketing, support, sales support expenses, operations ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, policy insurance cost, servicing cost, claim management cost, IT cost separately they've given. Then support functions, postage and logistics, facilities cost, employee cost, office administration cost. ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ segregate ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Okay. Cost, calculation of cost per policy, total cost divided by number of policies. Total cost you found out here 7 lakh divided by 2,800. I can't found out my cost per policy. Clear? Yes. Yes. Navya, this is your RTP May 2022. Okay. Navya, an LMV Private Limited operates cab per car rental service in Delhi bar NCR. It provides its service to the offices of Noida, Gurugram, Faridabad. At present, it operates CNG fueled cars, but it is also considering to upgrade these into electric vehicles. Okay, so at present they have CNG car. They want to upgrade it to EV cars. So the details relating to CNG and EV propelled cars are as tabulated below. Okay, car purchase price they've given. Government subsidy of purchased car, life of the car, residual value, mileage for each CNG and EV, electricity consumption per full charge, CNG cost, power cost, annual maintenance cost, annual insurance cost, type of replace, tire replacement cost in every 5 years. Okay, so every 5 years cost of replacement of tire is 16,000. Yes, so whether it is CNG or it is EV, the cost of tires should be the same. Yes or no? Yes. So that is why if you see 16,000 and 16,000 is only given. Only difference is life here is 10 years, life here is 15 years. That means here for every 5 year and the CNG number of replacement will be 3 times. Under EV it will be 2 times. I hope it is clear. 10 by 5. Okay. Battery replacement cost is every 8 year. Okay, same logic again. This is 15 years and this is 10 years. So 12,000 and then 5,40,000. See, EVLE battery cost is huge, right? Under electric vehicle, the battery cost is huge. Okay. Apart from the above, the following are additional information. Average distance traveled by a car in a month. So this will not change, right? Whether it is CNG or EV, your consumption, that is your distance traveled will be 1,500 only, correct? So 1,500 kilometer. Okay. Next they have driver's salary 20,000 per month. Garage rent will be same. Share of office and administration cost per car, again same for both. Okay. Calculate the operating cost of vehicle per month per car for both CNG and EV options. Okay. So if you remember, I had given a general note on this also. First to figure out what is the period for which you're preparing the operating cost statement. Right? Accordingly, you need to divide the number of months, multiply and all of this. Yes. So this is, they have only given in the question, it is per month. If they have not given, How will you determine? I had told, if they are not given in the question, on what basis will you determine whether it is per month, per year?
Most of the figures.
Yes, based on what the cost give. Why Navya? Why your network issue? Yeah. Yes. So based on the what the majority of the expenses given, right? If they are say given for say 10 line items, so that if 8 line items is for 6 months, if 2 line items is for 1 year, you will do it for 6 months. If it is not specifically given in the question, what is the period for which you're supposed to prepare the operating cost statement? Yes. Yes. Calculation of depreciation per month, they have given 9,20,000 is the purchase cost, less subsidy, subsidy 1,50,000, less residual value, they have only given 95,000 and 1,70,000. Depreciation, depreciable value we find out, divided by the life of the car, you find out annual depreciation. Here it is 55,000 and 1,20,000. But you need to remember, we are going to prepare the statement for what? For 1 month. So divide it by 12 and find out what is the depreciation per month. Okay, 10,000 and 4,583.3. Fuel bar electricity consumption cost per month. Okay, average distance traveled in the month 1,500. I hope you guys can remember this number. Mileage kilometer given in the question only, it is 20 and 250 kilometer per charge, right? So 20 you write here, 240 kilometer per charge. Therefore, quantity of CNG will be 75 kg. Full charge required will be number of times, 6.25 times number of full charges required. Electricity consumption is, they have only given here, electricity consumption per full charge is 30 kilowatts. So you multiply 30 kilowatts into 6.25, you get 187.5. Therefore, cost per CNG given in the question 60, power cost per kilowatt is 7.6 given in the question. Okay, 60 and 7.6. I hope you guys can find that. Okay, so 67.6 multiply 75 into 60, 4,500, 187.5 into 7.6, 1,425. Life, then amortized cost of tire replacement. Okay, so 15 years and 10 years, like I said, every 5 years you're supposed to do. Therefore, 2 times and 1 time, 16,000 and 16,000. Total cost is 32,000 and 16,000. Amortized cost per year is how much? E by A, that is 32,000 divided by 15 years, 16,000 divided by 10 years, 2133.33, 2133.33 and 1,600. Therefore, cost per month will be 177.78 and 133.33. Okay. Same way, same logic you do for battery replacement. Same thing you find out, and you find out what is the cost per month for battery replacement. Clear? Ade information na you put it here. Aste. Fuel cost, working note number 2. Then here working note number 3, working note number 4. Other cost, annual maintenance cost is given in the question. Okay. Ille kottidare. Annual maintenance cost, you divide it by 12. Okay. Yes. All of you understanding? Adina illi divide madbiಟ್ಟು. Then I find out what is my maintenance cost. Fixed cost, again working note number 1. Driver salary, garage rent, idella kottidare question, just copy paste. Operating cost per month for electronic vehicle and CNG. This is for CNG and this is for EV. Aste. November 22, 2022 RTP. Sometimes they just lift questions from RTP. Okay. All right. Okay. This is again easy, right? So Mr. PS owns a bus which runs according to the following schedule. Delhi to Hisar and back the same day. Distance covered is 160 km 1A. Number of days run each month. Same. Can you guys recall this problem? Similar problem we have solved in class. Number of days run each month is 9 days. Seating capacity occupied is 90%. Delhi to Agra and back 160 km 12 days and 95%. 170 km 6 days and 100%. Okay, now. What is important here, major thing you have to find out is total distance traveled in kilometer. After that, you find out passenger kilometer. We always do not directly come to total passenger kilometer, right? I told you guys first find out total distance traveled. Why you have to find out first total distance traveled, even though not specifically asked in the question?
For variable
Per cost.
Yes, for variable cost like diesel, what is the consumption of diesel? or maybe some sundries, etc. They would have given based on the kilometers run, or depreciation may be given based on kilometers run. So therefore, invariably first find out what is the total distance traveled, and then find out my passenger kilometer or whatever kilometer based on the question. Okay, now so allige you have your kilometers per trip 160, 160, 170. Trips per day is round trip alwa. That is for 1 way they've given, round trip 2. Days per month 9, 12 and 6. You multiply all these three and add, you get 8,760. Okay, that is my total kilometers. After that, total seats available per month. Okay, 50 seats is the seating capacity. 2 trips it goes for 9 days. Therefore, it is 900. Clear? Therefore, it is 900. So first I find out for 100% capacity. Then capacity utilized is 90%, 95 and 100. So then if I multiply this into capacity utilization, I get 810, 110, 1140 and 600. This is my number of seats. Kilometer per trip is 160, 160, 170. Passenger kilometer is 810 into 160, 1140 into 160 and 600 into 160. You get my total passenger kilometer. Clear? Berella, it is simple. Okay. Berella, same thing. Just copy paste from the question, divide it by 12. Ade, same thing. I hope you guys can solve this question. Yes. Main thing is passenger kilometer, how you're supposed to complete. Okay. Only important thing is they've given total takings and all that. Okay. So let me just come to only that part. I've come total takings. So calculate the bus fare to be charged for each passenger to earn a profit of 30% on total takings. Passenger tax is 20% of the total takings. Okay. So profit is 30%, passenger tax is 20%. You do the statement, you get the total taking, you get the total cost excluding takings. Okay. Total cost per month before passenger tax, right? Only the passenger tax here. Okay. Total cost per month before passenger tax. So that you take it here plus 0.2x plus 0.3x. What is 0.3? Profit. 0.2 is passenger tax. Total, this you equate it to x. Okay. This you equate it to x and then solve for x. I hope you can do this. I hope you guys understood this. Yes. Yeah, this thing I'll just go through quickly. Okay, Elegant Hotel has a capacity of 100 single rooms and 20 double rooms. It has a sports center with a swimming pool, which is also used by persons other than the residents of the hotel. The hotel has a shopping arcade at the basement and a specialty restaurant at the rooftop. Same problem we've solved again. Single room 400, then 500, fixed cost per day 200 and 250 they've given. Right here, single room occupancy days in a year. Right, 100 rooms in the single rooms. 365 days in a year at 75% occupancy, you get 27,375. Same thing you do for double rooms. Okay, 5,475. After that, you need to convert the double rooms into single rooms. Equivalent concept, equivalent single rooms. Yes or no? Yes, because single rooms is charged at 120% of single. Double rooms is charged at 120% of single rooms. So single rooms plus number of double rooms into double room days into 120%. You will get the equivalent single room days. Yes, 33,945. I hope you guys can remember this. Yes, then same thing, once that is found out, you just have to multiply the variable cost and fixed cost. They have given in the question only what is the variable cost and fixed cost. Multiply that. Right, what will I multiply it into? While multiplying, very important, since they have already given the cost, I will not do it on equivalent rooms. Yes or no? Cost, if you remember, I've given a working note and all. When I have to use the equivalent units? Yes, when the question only they've already bifurcated and given, I will not use the cost, I will not use the equivalent units. Only for selling price, I will use my equivalent units. Yes, when the question does not give the bifurcation, say a common pool of cost is given, and that time I may have to use the equivalent unit for cost as well. Yes, our working note, our general note I've given in your class notes. Adana, please go through it and go through that question again. Clear? That's it. Okay, with that, I complete my service costing, single room and double room, the same thing. Repeated problems are there. You guys can solve it on. Okay. Okay. Next. Budgetary control. What will I do? Budgetary control. Yes, anyone? What do I mean by a budget? Yes. Nobody? Simple.
Estimation.
Yes, it is an estimation and all of that. First, what are the key things? Step by step, you remember. You will remember it. Whether it can be financial or quantitative in nature. Okay, why quantitative? If you remember, we had done production budget and all. Remember, production budget in two formats I had. One based on trading account. I had done trading account in units and the production budget madide. Opening stock inide, closing stock inide. What is the consumption? What is the production? All of this we had done. Yes. So it can be financial in nature or could be quantitative in nature. It is prepared before the period for which it is required. Yes. Yes or no? It is prepared before. So predetermined it is. Yes. So before the period is done, only we do it. Key points now, if you remember, you can easily remember the definition. A financial and or a quantitative statement prepared and approved prior to a defined period of time of the policy to be pursued during that period for the purpose of attaining a given objective. Okay. It could be financial or quantitative in nature, and it is prepared and approved prior to a defined period of time of the policy to be pursued during that period for the purpose of attaining a given objective. Okay, what are the different types of budget? We had understood this based on different bases. Based on capacity, you have fixed and variable budget. Yes, fixed and flexible budget. Remember, flexible and I had on different columnar budget. At 90% capacity, at 100% capacity, at 80% capacity. That is my flexible budget. And then fixed budget means only for a particular level of activity I prepare a budget. That is my fixed budget. Yes. That is based on capacity. Then based on conditions, basic and current budget. Basic budget remains unaltered and current budget remains altered frequently. I had given you theory on this. Please go through that. What is a current budget? What is a basic budget? Based on functions, that is sales, production, for each item of what you remember is when it comes to function, remember each item of the balance sheet and P&L I can prepare a budget. Each item of the balance sheet and P&L I can prepare a budget, and when I prepare an overall budget for all items of balance sheet, P&L, everything put together, I call it as a master budget. Clear? When I do it for all put together, I call it as a master budget. Okay, then period, when it is for long term, that is more than a year, say I call it as long term budget, and short term when it is for less than a year. Okay, cash budget, it will be solved, I think in your FM this is covered, right? Cash budget. The twin important objectives of budgetary control and standard costing are planning and control. Extremely important terminologies. Okay, planning and control. Planning and control. Zero based budget from scratch. Remember this. Zero based budget. How do I remember this? Budget from scratch. So for each and every item, I will do an R&D, a thorough R&D I will do. Okay, from the scratch, I will do a research and analysis, and then I will budget what should be the budget for that each item. That is called as zero-based budgeting. Budget from scratch. Okay, zero-based budgeting, it means a budget which is prepared by taking each and every component of the budget and carrying out scientific research and analysis for estimating the figures. What are the budget ratios? Efficiency ratio, standard hours by actual hours. Activity ratio, standard hours by budgeted hours. Capacity ratio, actual hours by budgeted hours. Yes, these are the important ones. Others you can remember. Calendar ratio is available working days by budgeted working days. Standard capacity usage ratio, budgeted hours by maximum possible hours in the budgeted period. Actual capacity usage ratio, actual hours worked by maximum possible hours. But most important is what? Most important, efficiency ratio, activity ratio, and capacity ratio. This capacity ratio is nothing but actual usage of budgeted capacity ratio. Yes. So if you remember, we had learned a interrelationship activity ratio, that is standard hours by budgeted hours, is equals to my capacity ratio into my efficiency ratio. Why? Because actual and actual will get knocked off. If you can see here, my actual hours and actual hours get knocked off. What is remaining is standard hours by budgeted hours, which is nothing but my activity ratio. Yes, remember? Yes. All right. Budget and budgetary control, right? So PSC Limited manufactures and sends a single product and estimated the following related information for the period November 2020 to March 2021. Okay, opening stock of finished goods is given, sales is given, selling price per unit is given. Closing stock additional information, closing stock of finished goods at the end of March 2021 is 10,000 units. Each unit of finished output requires 2 kgs of raw materials A and 3 kg of raw material B. You are required to prepare the following budgets: sales budget and production budget and material raw material budget. Okay, before I continue with this problem, what is the first step in budget? What is the first budget I prepare always? Sales budget. Why? Because that is not within my control. Yes, that is defined by my market factors. So first I find out what my demand is, what my sales. Based on my sales, what do I arrive at next? What is the units, final finished goods units to be produced? Yes. Based on my sales, I find out what is the production required. Based on my production, I find out what is the raw materials I need to procure. Yes. So first budget will be my sales budget. Right? Sales budget, they have given already. Sales in units is given. Yes. Sales in units is already given. So that I will take it here. Sales in units. Selling price per unit is given. Multiply that, I get my total sales. Very simple. Okay. Nothing to worry about or nothing to break my head up. Production budget. Sales in units is given. To this, I add my closing stock of finished goods. Where is it given? Opening stock of finished goods of this will become the closing stock of the previous period. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So the same thing will come here, right? So if you see here, November 20, my closing stock is 3,000, which is the opening stock of the next period. Yes. Same way, 3,000, 9,000, 8,000, and 6,000 will come here. 3,000, 9,000, 8,000, and 6,000. For March 21, separately they've given here. March 21, my closing stock is 10,000 units, which is come here. Clear? For March 21, separately they want 10,000 units. So sales plus my closing stock, total quantity required is this. What is the opening stock of finished goods given in the question already? Yes. So this 3,000 is here, 9,000 here, 8,000 here, 6,000 here, 7,500. Again, you can check in the question only given here. Clear? So that I minus, I get my units to be produced. This is my production budget in quantity. Production budget in quantity. The same thing I can also do it using my trading account. Yes, but trading account will become a little complicated. You will have so many columns. If you do it in a trading account format, one period and they're easy, but so many periods means so many columns you need to draw, might become a little complicated. Better to follow this format when there are so many columns given. Okay. Yes. Raw material budget. Remember, I had given a working note even in budgetary control. The answer of my previous budget will be the starting point of the next budget. Yes. So sales will become the starting point for production. Number of units produced will become the starting point for my raw material budget. Yes. So same way you can find here also. Yes. Units to be produced. This thing 25,500, 14,100. All this will become my first step here. Units to be produced. Again, to this, they have only given what is the raw material ratio. Okay. Each unit of finished output requires 2 kgs of raw material A and 3 kg of raw material B. Okay. So Adike, I find out what for raw material A, I multiply into 2. For raw material B, I multiply into 3. I find out what is the material requirement for A and B. Clear? Yes, all of you. I hope you guys can recall and appreciate. All right. RTP May 2022. Maharatna Limited, a public sector undertaking, produces product A. The company is in the process of preparing its revenue budget for the year 2022. The company has the following information which can be useful in preparing the budget. It is anticipated 12% growth in sales volume from the year 2021 of rupees 4,20,000 tons. Okay, the sale price is 25,000. Okay, it will take some time if I have to solve this problem. So, now quickly I'll just give you what are the important points that you need to note down. Okay, it is anticipated 12% growth in sales volume for the year 2021 of 4,20,000. So, from 4,20,000 tons, 12% growth is in sales volume. Please understand, only quantity increases 12% growth. The sale price is 23,000 per ton. This will be increased by 10% provided WPI increases by 5%. What is WPI? Okay, WPI increasing further. The casual, so they have given later on in the question what is the WPI increase and all of that. Okay, 85% of the employees of the company are permanent and getting salary of as per 5-year wage agreement. The earnings per man shift means an employee cost for shift of 8 hours is 3,000 excluding terminal benefits. The new wage agreement will be implemented from 1st July 2022 and is expected that a 15% increase in pay will be given. Casual employees are getting a daily wage of rupees 850. The wage is linked to CPI. The present CPI is 165.17 and it is expected to be 173.59 points. Okay, in a year. Power cost for the year is 42 lakhs for 7 lakh units. 60% of the power is used for production purpose, directly related to production volume. So production volume, whatever is the increase, to that extent 60% effect you need to give now also. Okay. So whatever is the increase, see they are saying that 12% growth is there, correct? So that 12% growth is 60% power increase will happen. And remaining are employee quarters and administrative offices. So that will be fixed in nature. Clear? So the remaining will be fixed in nature. During the year 2021, the company has 60 lakh for safety and maintenance works, and the amount will increase in proportion to the volume of production. So this also will increase based on production units. During the year 2021, the company has paid 1,20,000 for the purchase of diesel to be used in car hired for administrative purposes. The cost of diesel will increase by 15% in year 2022. During the year 2021, the company has paid 6 lakh as higher charges, excluding fuel cost. Company decided to reimburse the diesel cost to the car rental company. Doing this will attract 5% GST on reverse charge mechanism basis, on which the company will not get GST input credit. Whenever you do not get GST input credit, what do? We add it to cost. Yes or no? Yes. So here also this will be added to cost. Depreciation workings are given. From the above, prepare revenue flexible budget for the year 2022 and also show the budgeted profit or loss for the year. Okay. So sales volume in tons is given, right? 4,20,000 to that you add 112% given here. Clearly. So 12% growth is there. To that you add here. So you find out what is the increase. 4,70,400. Okay. Selling price per ton 23,000 is given. Okay. We'll consider 23,000 only because there is a if condition there. Right? If condition, WPI should have increased by
5%.
1 second. Provided WPI increased by 5%. Okay. That's here now we take 23,000. Sales value multiply both. Then quantity of material 2.3 tons into A. Again, it's given in the question. Okay, now what is the raw material required for each output, each ton of output? So you multiply 2.3 tons. Price per ton is also given. Multiply that. Then wages to casual employees 15% of 6,000. All this adjustment is given here. 15%. Sorry, not this one. Second. here 15% increase in pay will be given. Okay, so the same thing here also they're doing 15% into 6,900 employees, then multiply what is the number of days, number of months, and the rate. Okay, salary to permanent employees 85% into 6,000 into so 15% is here, 85% is here. These are permanent employees, these are my casual employees. Artha agta idya? Yes, the breakup of permanent and casual employees is given in the question. You split them here and then accordingly compute, multiply into number of days into number of months. Okay, same way you give effect to all the adjustments given in the question. You'll can't say the power rate per unit 42 lakh divided by 7 lakh, right? 6 and 6 is found out. Okay, alle question and kottidare. Here car hire charges 6 and 6 is given. However, fuel reimbursement cost will come only in this. Okay, because they've given in the question fuel reimbursement will come only in the second year anta. So second year bandide. Then depreciation again we found out on top depreciation ide, right? So GST at 5% on RCM basis that you add here, correct? Total car hire cost will come here and then total cost, and then you find out what is the profit or loss from deducting from the sales value. Okay, the question onsati go through madi, solve it, you'll get the answer. Okay, right? Important points na hedidini, wherever I've given a stress, no, you need to just understand what is the change from my base year to the next year anta first. This is important. It's there in your RTP. Okay, RTP May 2022. RTP na download madbittu. You can solve it from there also, or you can solve it from here also. Both the answers are same. Okay. Next, we'll just go through one flexible budget problem. Yes. Okay. G Limited manufactures a single product for which market demand exists for additional quantity. Present sales of 6 lakh utilizes only 60% capacity of the plant. The following data are available. Selling price is 100 per unit. Variable cost is 30 per unit. Semi-variable expenses 60,000 fixed plus 5 per unit. Your job is simple. You don't have to compute anything. Okay. Fixed expenses is 1 lakh at present level, estimated to increase by 25% at and above 80%. So 80% kinta above idre matra you have to increase at 25%. You are required to prepare a flexible budget so as to arrive at the operating profit at 60%, 80% and 100% levels. Okay. So sales at 100 rupees, they have only given sales at 100 rupees. At 60% capacity, what is the number of units? They have given 6,000, 8,000 and 10,000 anta. Clear? Ali, so 6 lakh, 8 lakh and 10 lakh. Variable cost, they have only given 30 per unit, right? 30 plus 5. Elli 5 idu. Artha agta idya? 30 plus 5. Yes. So this 30 plus 5 becomes 35 here. Clear? So that 35 rupees variable cost, then you find out what is the contribution. Fixed cost, part of semi-variable cost also you will add it here. So that is 60,000 here. Yes. Fixed cost, which is part of semi-variable cost. Yes. I hope you guys are understanding. This 60,000 has come here. Then other fixed cost, 1 lakh at 60% level. 1 lakh will come here. 25,000 gets added, 25%, right? So 25,000 gets added at 80% and 100% to find out what is the total fixed cost and what is the operating profit for the entire period. This is my flexible budget. Yes. Okay. So when I prepare it for different levels, I call it my flexible budget. Clear? All right. Next. Joint products. Joint products and byproducts. Okay. What is the difference? Okay. I hope you guys can remember and recall. What's the difference? Joint product andre enu, co-products andre enu, byproducts andre enu. Joint products, they are of equal importance. Yes, joint products are of equal importance which are produced simultaneously from the same process. In the same process, two products emerge which are of equal importance and produced simultaneously. Example, crude oil. Crude oil, when you process, you'll get crude petroleum, crude kerosene, and crude diesel. Yes. This is an example for joint products. Co-products, they're nothing to do with the process. They're just co-products, two different products which are produced simultaneously with two different processes is called my co-products. Byproduct means what? When you produce, your main purpose is to produce the main product, but certain incidental products emerge, right? Your main product is was sugar, but some bagasse, molasses, and all incidental products come. That is my byproduct. The economic value of the byproduct is lesser than the main product. Yes, is usually lesser than the main product. Okay. Now, right, joint products, they are of two or more products of equal importance which are produced simultaneously from the same process are known as joint products. Co-products, manufacture of different products simultaneously leads to co-products. Okay, just simultaneously and manufacturing them. Best example is Jeep and car manufactured simultaneously. Okay, but separately. Okay, byproducts, the product intended to be manufactured is called the main product, and product which incidentally arising is called as the byproduct. Example, molasses and bagasses in sugar manufacture. What are the methods of apportionment of joint costs? You have physical unit method, right? Based on the number of units produced. Yes or no? Based on the number of units. What is the number of units of crude oil, crude petrol, crude kerosene, right? You use this and apportion the cost, joint cost. That is called as my physical unit method. What is joint cost? The cost of operating, this cost of operating during the process up to the point of separation. Yes, certain process is same, right? You crude oil you put in, you undergo a process. At the point of split off or at the point of separation, you get different joint products. Until that point, whatever cost is incurred is called my joint cost. And now we are discussing what are the different methods of apportioning this joint cost. One of the methods is physical unit method, average unit cost, survey method, contribution margin method. What is contribution margin method? Based on the contribution. Yes, based on the contribution of each. When we do it, apportion the cost, it's called contribution margin method. And the last is market value, very important. Under market value, you have three. Market value at split off, right? At split off, what is the market value? Correct. At the split off point, you will have certain market. So market value of crude petrol, crude oil, and crude diesel. This is my market value at split off. Okay. Or market value after further processing. So crude oil, you process it. So crude petrol, you process it to petroleum. Crude diesel, you process and make it as diesel. Crude kerosene, you process and make it as kerosene. So market value after further processing. When you use this ratio, I call it market value after further processing, or NRV method, net realizable value. What is this? Working back method, if you remember. Yes, net realizable is working back method. You find out what is the sale value of each of these products, correct? And then you remove the further processing cost, arrive at the joint cost. Yes or no? Understanding? Whatever the sale value is there, remove the profit element, remove the further processing cost, you will arrive at the share of joint cost of each of the joint products. That is my net realizable value method. Clear? Yes. Physical unit method, the basis of apportioning the joint cost over the joint product is the physical volume. Average unit cost method, under this, the total process cost up to the point of separation is divided by the total units. Clear? Is divided by the total units. This is normally used where the number of units or the units base is same. Say liters. Say all the products have the same base. Say liters. Find out the total liters divided by the total joint cost. find out the cost per average cost per unit, multiply it into number of units of each joint product, you find out the share of each joint cost. This is my average unit cost method. Survey method. Under this method, joint costs are apportioned over the joint cost on the basis of percentage values assigned to the products. Certain percentage values. How do you find out? By conducting some survey and some research. Okay, you do some certain survey and research, find out what is the percentage value for each joint product, multiply that into my joint cost, I will find out the share of each joint cost. Contribution margin method. In this method, joint costs are segregated in two parts. Why? Whenever contribution comes, you will have the fixed cost and variable cost. Yes, so here also you will segregate them as fixed cost and variable cost apportioned based on the contribution earned. Okay, variable cost is apportioned based on the basis of units. Fixed cost is apportioned based on contribution earned. Market value method, it is based on market value, we already discussed. Okay, normally joint cost is apportioned based on market value at split off. Okay, normally it is based on at split off. Very important. Okay, whenever I say market value, is it the total market value or market selling price? It is the total market value. So now selling price multiplied into the number of joint products sold. Understood? So say crude petroleum say 1000 liters is there, crude diesel 100 liters is there. Crude petroleum rate is say 100 rupees, 1000 liters into 100 rupees, and crude kerosene or crude diesel, I said 100 liters, say 100 liters into 150 rupees. So 100 into 150, 1000 into 100, total market value, that is the ratio of that you need to consider proportion to joint cost. Yes. Okay. Okay. Am I audible and visible? One second, let me change my network. Yes. All right. So what is the value you have to consider to apportion the joint cost? You have to consider the total market value. Don't consider the selling price per unit. That you should not consider. Yeah. Yes. Next. Treatment of byproducts. Byproducts, if they are of substantial value, you treat them on par with joint products. Clear? You treat it on par with joint products. Requires further processing. NRV of byproduct at split off realizable value of byproduct minus further processing cost. Very simple. Same way, like joint products, however you do, same way you do for byproducts. Byproducts not of substantial value may be dealt with in the following two ways. Sale value credited to costing P&L account and no credit given to the cost accounts. Sale proceeds of the byproducts to be deducted from the costs, from the total costs. Okay, sale proceeds may be deducted from the total cost. Okay, let's solve a few problems. Joint products and byproducts. Discuss the treatment of byproduct cost in cost accounting when they are of small total value. I think this is the same thing we have just told now. Okay, when there are small value, there are two ways. One is either credit to costing P&L account, no credit is given to the cost accounts, or second one is they may be treated as deduction from total cost. The sale products, in fact, should be deducted either from production cost or from cost of sales. Clear? Yes. All right. OPR Limited purchases crude vegetable oil. It does refining of the same. The refining process results in 4 products at split off point S, P, N, and A. product A is fully processed at split of product S, P, and N can be individually further refined to SK, PK, and NL respectively. The joint cost of purchasing the crude oil and processing it were 40,000. Other details were as follows. Okay, further processing cost of S, P, and N and A is given. Sales at split off point is given. Sales after split off point is given. You are required to identify the products which can be further processed for maximizing profits and make suitable suggestions. Okay. Yes. Did you guys understand the question? What does the question say? It does this crude vegetable oil and it does refining of the same. Okay. Refining process results in 4 products S, P, N, and A. Okay. Now joint cost is rupees 40,000. Joint cost is 40,000. Further processing cost is given. Sale at split off is given. Further sale after further processing is also given. Okay. Statement of comparison of profits before and after further processing. See, basically they're asking you to compute what is the profitability if you further process, what is the profitability if you don't further process it. Okay. Yes. Sales at split off point already given in the question 20,000, 12,000, 28, and 20. Ade bandide. Okay. 20, 12, 28, and 20. Total 80,000. Then you have to apportion the joint cost. How do I apportion the joint cost? Anyone? Yes. How do I apportion the joint cost? Normally, what did we read there on top? Normally, we use the market value at split off point. Yes or no? Yes. So that 40,000 you will apportion based on the market value at split off point. Clear? Yes. Total joint cost is 40,000. Total sales at split off point is 80,000. How is this 80,000? Here, sales at split off. Yes, 80,000. So 40,000 divided by 80,000. So share of S in J is multiply each sale of split off. So 20,000, 12,000, 28,000, and 20,000. Multiply that and find out what is the share of joint cost. Clear? So that 10, 6, 14, and 10, you will take it here. Okay. Apportioned joint costs. Okay. At this point, you will get profit at split off point. Clear? So sale at split off point minus my apportioned joint cost will give me my profit at split off point. Yes. Next step, we find out the profit after further processing. How do I do that? Sales after further processing given in the question. Okay. For what is the apportioned joint cost? I take it here. Profit after further processing here. Therefore, increase in profit after further processing you do. So for S, what is the increase in profit? 20,000. For P, the profit is reduced by 4,000. For N, the profit is reduced by 16,000. Therefore, what will be your suggestion? You will, for S, you will continue. P and NA, it is not suggested. On comparing the figures of profit, if no further processing and profits if further processing, one observes that after further processing, only S has 20,000. Hence, for maximizing profits, only product X should be further processed. Product P and A should be sold at split off. Clear? All of you understood this problem? Yes? All right. Next. Okay, all this is there. One important problem is there. Okay, this is the most important problem. I can't solve this entire problem. It's a big problem, but very important. Okay, I had solved this in class also. Please solve this again. Okay, question 2, page number 508. Question 2, page number 508. Adana mark madi, 100% it will come. Okay, I have solved it in detail with general notes and working notes in the class. Okay, Adana definitely you should solve. Clear? Yes. So with that, I conclude my portions of costing syllabus. Okay, like I said yesterday, don't worry about whether you remember, don't remember. I know with your looking at your face, I think that at least most of the theory portions, everything, when I was saying, maybe when you came to the class, you may not have recalled. But as and when I was saying, yes, you were nodding your head, you were able to remember some portions. This problem, this kind of problem I had solved, anta, alva. Something you will remember. So don't worry about it, right? You start solving, idanne matte solve madi, go through your whatever I have solved in the class and what we have done in today's session, right? This booklet is very important. It comprises of all different variety questions from your RTPs, MTPs, your previous examination questions, everything. Idin Madi, more or less everything is covered. I can assure you that everybody can score exemption in costing because your syllabus is reasonably very limited. The number of days given for other chapter or other subjects, you might find it challenging. I don't know, but costing in the number of days given by study plan prakara, 100% you can cover all the chapters. This is one chapter, this is one subject where you can cover 100% of the syllabus. There is no doubt about it. Right, all the chapters you can cover, all the problems we have solved, everything in this given number of days, because you don't have like a practice manual and all, like how we had so many thousands of questions. Right? Limited number of questions is there in your study material, exercise questions is there, whatever we have solved in CAPS material, and today's this R2C, right? Is R2C, you give importance and give importance to whatever important problems and all you would have marked, right? When you have solved the problem, just go through that, solve it. I'm 100% sure that all of you can pass with exemption. Okay. And another important point, most of them ignore theory. Please don't do that. Theory is very few pages, hardly some 20 pages theory in your entire costing set. Yes, a 20-page theory, whatever in R2C it is, all theory questions 100% you should cover, and your CAPS material cover 100%, more than enough. Okay. All right. $160. Your material was circulated to you yesterday, is it?
Today.
Today, huh?
Sir, contractee account ಕೇಳ್ತಾರ.
Contractees books, huh?
Contractee account, contract account ಅಲ್ಲಿ.
See, contractee account, I have solved it in the class, no? In the class I have solved, okay. If you guys, I hope you guys can remember, I've solved a problem where I have drawn the contractee account. Just go through that problem which is solved in the class. Okay. They can ask, they can definitely ask. Contractor books ali contractee account, they can definitely ask. Okay. All right. See, certain one question solve madak ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, but I don't want, first is importance is coverage of the syllabus, alva. So first let the syllabus get covered. After that, if you have time, we'll try to do it. Or maybe some charts I'm getting a problem doubt ide adella. So adanna if I do it up, then we cannot solve all the chapters. So as of now, revision class, so we'll try to covering the syllabus. So I'll just give you a break for some time, and then Shetty sir will come and cover the remaining syllabus. After that, if there is time, we'll do it. Or probably in the remaining times, one of the students or probably one of the teachers only will take up whatever questions you have that needs attention. Okay.
Sir, only in the last part, sir.
Last part only, ma. Others will get confused because the last part, okay, first I have to read the question, and I don't want to waste the time now. Okay. In the break time, I'll just go through it. If possible, I'll do it. Okay, Prajwala.
Okay, sir.
Otherwise, at the end, we'll try to solve. Okay. Yes. Okay. All the best, all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your study days. Okay. Chalo. Bye bye. Break. Sir will come in some time. I'll just message you the time on WhatsApp. More time. 1 second. Okay. Sir will come. Okay. After 10 minutes, you can join the class. Come back after 10 minutes.
Sabna, make me the cost.
Sir, I entered through my ID, sir. I'm not host. Amin sir is host.
Aman sir, can you make me the cost? Host. Hi friends, are you back?
Yes, sir.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋದ್ರು ಸುಸ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರಾ?
Yes, sir.
I have seen how many videos were on in Aman sir's class. Then you know me. If it is not, I will not start. You know, alva. Alendra. ಸುಸ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೇನ್ರಾ? ನಿನ್ನೆ 6:30ಗೂ ಸುಸ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ, ಇವತ್ತು 8:30ಗೂ ಸುಸ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ. ಇನ್ನೇನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ನೀವು ಯಾವ ಸುಸ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ? ಐ ಆಮ್ ಆಡಿಬಲ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
ಓವರ್ ಆಲ್ ಹಿಂಗಿದೆ ಜೀವನ. Is it too? Is it the cost is substantially high, or is it taxing you too much? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇದ್ದಾಗಿದೆ. Am I audible?
Yes.
The network is slow. Slow move. I just want to ask. All well from my side. Your side.
Yes, sir.
Every
Yes,
side.
sir.
Okay. Okay. So let us continue the process with the process costing. So you are left with the last 3 chapters. Important, extremely important from the exam perspective. And thankfully, Aman sir has given me a little extra time. Okay. So I thought I can go up to 10:30, 11, but I think he will make me to ಜಾಗ ಇಲ್ವೇನೆ ಲಾಸ್ಯ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಜಾಗ ಇಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮಗೆ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ತಾನೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇದಲ್ವಾ ಓಕೆ we'll leave within 10 o'clock it will get over relax. Process costing, as I told in the last class, there are 2 methods of costing. One is called process costing, one is called job costing. When product passes through various processes, that is called process costing, and anything else is called job costing. So yarn, fabric, garment, then the milk industry, all these are called process costing. Now in process costing, what are the special points to be noted? Point number 1, always remember the example of the yarn, fabric and garment, the best one. Your chemical industry is also there, but chemical, we being commerce student, may not understand science. That's why we are in commerce, right? So manufacture of a yarn manufacturing alla sapna yarn manufacturing from the cotton tree, cotton karke. So start manufacturing yarn. Then you make fabric, cloth. Then Varsha, we make a shirt, pant, chudidar, whatever you want. Okay. So this is the process costing. The product undergoes the process. The cost unit at each stage may be different. Yarn may be Arshita in kg, fabric may be in meters, shirt is in pieces. So cost unit differs. So that's why we go by average cost principle. The kind of questions which can be asked. First one, basic process account. Prepare process A, process B, process C. Last one is finished stock account. Or process 1, process 2, whatever. Particulars, units, rupees on both sides. I'll show you the format area. However, rate you can write if required. Okay, like everywhere they're giving the rate. Otherwise, say what you can write? Particulars, units, rate, amount, rate. So start with opening WIP if any, Srinivas. Adilla andre to direct material introduced, to direct labor, that is same cost sheet what we discussed yesterday in a sheet form. We are writing it in a ledger account form. Then on the debit side, so assuming you introduce 10,000 units, Nasima, what happened to the 10,000 units? Explain. Normal loss, say 5%. You have to be careful with the language. 5% of Deepa units introduced kortare. Sometimes 5% of the units produced kortare. So you have to be careful with what is the terminology used. So 5% of Sudanma, units introduced normally asked or unit produced, extra care. By normal loss, 500 units. Normally dash variable amount column. However, if the scrap value is given Suparna, then you write a scrap value, 2 rupees, 1 rupee, whatever you write. Then by abnormal loss, by finished goods transfer to the next process. If there is a closing WIP, by closing WIP, you have to write down. Now immediately keep that process account open, go for a working note. Preferably, if there are 3 ledger accounts as well as finished stock account, etc., what you can do, Suma? So leave 2 pages for the main answer. Working note, working note. Input 10,000 units, less normal loss 500, expected output 9,500. Make a circle for 9,500. Mentally, okay, pencil madakilla. Expected output less actual output 2 RMRs. First process and third process only. 9,500 minus 9,100. 400 is the abnormal loss. Normally, process 2 only, expected output 9,500, Rishika. Actual output is 9,800, negative birthday, abnormal gain. By my little experience, process 1 and process 3, 99% loss. Process 2 gain birthday. Ulta adre check again. Agbardanತ rule illa, but generally this is what I try. Fine, Divya. So now, when you talk about the valuation, what should you do? Total of the debit side, Rashmi, minus normal scrap value if any. Normal scrap idre matra, you have to minus it. Differential amount 3 Devi divided by expected output. Actual output alla illon mistake ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. Avishati divided by expected output. Whatever the cost comes per unit ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. That per unit cost Prajwal multiplied by abnormal units by abnormal loss. multiplied by finished goods, finished goods transferred to the process 2. Be careful. Don't try to manufacture a cloth without yarn. Malika Sherawat and Salman Khan. Ali by transfer agidda. The funny joke, but you should remember by transfer you forget. To direct labor and there is no yarn you are manufacturing shirt. Yarn manufacture. Yarn manufacture. So that's why to transfer by transfer mega to transfer from process 1. Then again same process you have to continue. This is the process account. Then finished stock account if they give Nidisha, you should write to opening stock by transfer from process, to transfer from process 3, then buy balance carried out the transfer to costing paid account, you may write whatever is available. Okay, Ashwini madam? Yalla, okay. This is the first kind of question. The next one is most important. You know, Kanisha, equivalent production. Equivalent, very easy. EQUI. Nimdu Valentine Day, Artha cut made. Kanisha. Yaudu, valent. Equivalent. Sorry, Shika. You know, Valentine Day, Artha cut made. Correct. Equivalent. Valent. Equivalent. What is the equivalent unit? In a month, January, February, whichever month, you cannot expect, okay, all the units introduced to be completed. Agata, chance. So then what happens, Soumya, Ranjani? Whatever is the work in progress units, you have to express in terms of finished goods units. So how do we do it? Normally, FIFO or weighted average are suggested as per ES2. That's why even in costing, they might ask Navya, FIFO or weighted average. However, they can ask LIFO also, simple average also, but generally asked FIFO. 4-step approach. Step 1, statement of equivalent production. Input, output, express equivalent production. I'll show you the format. Step 2, what is the state cost per equivalent unit? Step 3, valuation. Then finally, process account. So if it is a FIFO method, very special point, opening WAP they are given, material 100%, labor and overhead 60%. In equivalent production, you should write 100 minus 60, 40%. Because equivalent production statement ka matlab kya hai? What is the work you have done during the month? At the beginning only material was 100% complete. This month the work is Deepa 100 minus 100, 0. So only FIFO method Pajola. Whereas labor and overhead 60% kottidre, 100 minus 60, 40%. Everything else, whatever percentage given as it is you take. Weighted average alli confusion illa. Whatever percentage given straight away take it. 100 minus concept illa. Fine. The third category of question which can be asked, inter-process profit. Very rarely asked, so be careful. Only 2 questions you solve. Caps material or study material 1 question. Caps material I have done on Vishnu and company. 1 more question from the study material. Okay, those who are non-cap sites who are listening to YouTube. So caps material, study material of ICI. 2 questions you do. Very simple format. Process 1, particulars, cost, profit, total. Or the visualized model. That is important. Particulars, cost, profit, total. Both sides same. All the costs you write here. One special point is opening stock. The profit included you have to minus. Process 1 only there cannot be unrealized profit. There cannot be a stock reserve because your purchase from outsiders. Whereas process 2 onwards, look here. So process 2 onwards, there can be a stock reserve. So opening stock, if they say 10,000, okay, stock reserve 2,000, cost is 8,000. 10,000 total, profit is 2,000. See, they work back and write 8,000. Then one more thing is Avishati, closing WAP, normally we write credit side. Here you should write less closing stock. Other words you add. Very important. 3 columns I said, cost, profit. I'll show you anyhow, but let us visualize first because time is over. Cost, profit, total. So cost is 80,000, profit is 20,000, total is 1 lakh. Cost is 80,000, profit is 20,000, total 1 lakh. Then they say process 2 has transferred to process 3 at 1/4 on cost. How much will be the profit? 1/4 on Suparna? 1 lakh, not on 80,000. 80,000 is the cost column. Suma, profit is 20,000, total is 1 lakh. Cost to this department is 1 lakh. 80,000 Sivatsa is the cost of the company as a whole. Don't get confused. On a special point to be noted. Same way you continue. Finally, they might ask one question. What should be the closing stock for the purpose of balance sheet valuation? All the process account cost amount at first column just add. That's it. Because balance sheet purpose, You cannot say I purchased the mug at 100 rupees and sold to myself at 120 and my cost is 120. Nonsense. You have to remove the unrealized profit. It's all about process account. Reasonably appreciable. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Open ಓಪನ್ ಹೇರಿ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನೇ ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ ಹಂಗೇನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟು ಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡಿ ಎಸ್ ಓದಮ್ಮ ಹೀರೋಯಿನ್ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಬುಕ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸೈಡ್ಗೆ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ 100% ಬರುತ್ತೆ ದೀಪಾ ಶ್ರೇಯ ಯಾರಾದ್ರು ಓದಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟಾಗಿ
Process and operation costing. The cost of a product is determined.
ಮೇಕ್ ಎ ಸರ್ಕಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಏನ್ ಸುಸ್ತಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ
ಇಲ್ಲ
ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾರು ಓದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಬ್ರು ಓಕೆ ಓದು ಆಯ್ತು.
The cost of a product is determined by aggregating the costs incurred in various processes. Normally, average cost principle is applied to determine cost per unit. The output of one process shall become input of another process. Output of each process can either be further processed or sold as it is. The cost
ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಸೊ ಅದೇ ತರ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ನನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಬ್ರಿಕ್ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ಕ್ರಿಮೆಂಟಲ್ ರೆವಿನ್ಯೂ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರಿಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೇ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಅದೇ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಯಾರು ನಿನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಬ್ರಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ 100 rupees ಶ್ರೀವರ್ಷ ಕುಮಾರಿ ಶ್ರೀವಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳೆ ನನಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 10 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಬರ್ಕೋ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ 6 ತಿಂಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬರ್ಕೋ ಓಕೆ ನನಗೆ ನಗಲ್ವಾ ನಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಓಕೆ ಸೊ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ 100 rupees ಫರ್ದರ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸಿಂಗ್ by sell fabric can be sold at 120 rupees extra. That means you have to go for further processing. So whereas if the cost additional cost is 100 rupees, additional revenue is 80 rupees. Are you pagal? Are you pagal to further process? Pagal kutte ne kaata hai? Nahi. Okay, then don't do it. Don't further process. Yes. Suma, you know. Next.
the cost unit of for output of each process will be different.
ಯಾಕೆ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಈಚ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಔಟ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ yarn is in kgs ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ರಶ್ಮಿ yarn in example yarn in kgs fabric in meters shirt in units ಅಥವಾ pieces extremely important normal loss
Incidental to production borne by the good units. Scrap value to be reduced from the cost by crediting the process account. Observe if the word used is cost of waste or cost of disposal.
very important ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಅಂತ ಬರೆಯಮ್ಮ ರಶ್ಮಿ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ okay make a note of it material has been shared okay then we have to make some announcement remind me so about the material then Sunday class and all those things okay so all write down hello Avishiti Sunday busy na Sunday class ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಬರಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ನೀನು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ನೇನಂತ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಅವನಿಗೇನೋ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಎಂಗೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಸಂಡೇ ಬರ್ರಿ ಏನೋ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಸಂಡೇ ಏನೋ ನಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇದೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ತಿಂದು ಎದ್ದೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಾ ಸಂಡೇ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಕೆಲವು ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ನೀವು ಬರೀ ಆಸೆ ಆಗತ್ತಾ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗತ್ತಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ ನಿಲ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ರೈಟ್ ಸೊ ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ normal scrap value to be credited but deducted from Sridevi to be credited but deducted from the cost. Underline the word normal which is a bracket even in cost sheet. Cost sheet alladhe tara madiddu even in cost sheet. ತುಂಬಾ ಚಳಿ ಶುರು ಆಯ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಐಸ್ ಕ್ಯೂಬ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರು ಪಿಜ್ಜಾಗೆ ಸೊ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಇಂಟರ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹುಡುಗಿನ ಹೆಸರು ಪಿಜ್ಜಾ ಅಂತ ಪಿಜ್ಜಾ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಬಂದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಈಗ ಬರ್ತಾಳೆ ವಾಪಸ್. ಸೊ ರೈಟ್, ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ. ಏನದು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್? ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ನೋಟ್ ದ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್. ಒಂದು CA ಇಂಟರ್ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇದೆ, K2 ಅಂತ. K2 ಅಂತ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಅಮೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಅದು ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ. 10 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಅನ್ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ಲಿ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್, ಬಟ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಬರೀ ಒಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ದಿ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್. Observe the words. Input 10,000. Input 10,000. Normal loss 5% is equal to 500. ನಾವೇ ಇವತ್ತು ನಗಲ್ವೇನೆ 2 hours ತಿಂದಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೇನು ನಗೋದು? ನಗು ಇಷ್ಟು ಮುಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಒಬ್ಬಳೆ ನಗು 2 hours. ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅವಳು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ನೀವು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿಂದ, ನೀವು ಇವರಿಗೆ ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಿಂದ, ನೀವು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಿದ್ರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಶಿಲ್ಸಿ ಜಾತ್ರೆ ಹೋಗಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಲ್ ನಂದು ಅವಳು ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ, ನೀವು ಮದುವೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಡಮ್ಮ, ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇರು, ಬೆಸ್ಟ್. ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಬರೀ ಏನು, ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾ ಇಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಕಂಪೇರಿಟಿವ್. ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಲಾಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು 5% is equal to 500 units. ದಿವ್ಯಾ ಇದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀಯಾ? ಬರೀ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ. ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ 2 per unit. Below that ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಏನು ಪಿಜ್ಜಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಳೆ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಪಿಜ್ಜಾ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳೋ, ಪಿಜ್ಜಾ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಅಲ್ವೇನೆ. ಸೊ ಬಿಲೋ ದಟ್ ರೈಟ್, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಎಷ್ಟು? 2 per unit. Below that, right? Credit achieved. Yeah. Credit versus account 500 into 2,000. Right side. Such waste is disposed at a cost of 2 per unit. Underline the word waste, underline the word cost. If you have a knowledge about the losses, so normal losses can be of 5 types. Beautiful notes in the capsule. Waste doesn't have a scrap value, scrap has a scrap value. Defective can be rectified, you cannot be rectified, sorry, spoilage cannot be rectified. Then obsolescence is outdated. Athava what are you? Out of fashion. Barta next week ಊರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀಯಾ? ನೀವು ಬರ್ತಾ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ?
Yes, sir.
ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಸಿಕ್ಸಿ ಅವಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳೆ. ಮಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ. ನಿನ್ ಮನೇಲೇ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ? ನಿನ್ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಯೂಸ್? ನೀವು ಊರ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಓಡೋಗಿದ್ಯಾ?
ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ, ನೀವು ಬರ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ.
ಹೌದಾ? ಒಂದು ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಒಳ್ಳೇದು. ನಾವು ಬರಕ್ಕೆ ಓದೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ? ಬೇಡ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನೀವು ಬರ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಅವಳು ಬರೋದು ಬೇಡ, ಓದ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಯಾ ಓಕೆ. ಸೊ below that, right? What? Observe the word last, yeah? Cost. So 500 into 2, write as a negative figure on the credit side. Important. Have you learned this? Another? I don't know. Okay, write as a negative figure in the joint product. It's the question. Negative figure in the on the credit side. Yakandre it is sale value alla, scrap value alla. Idu you are incurring the cost of waste and dispose ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ you are incurring. Negative figure ಬರೆಯಬಹುದು ಸುಮಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಏನು ಬರೆಯಬಹುದು? ಶರಡಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ you can write as a cost. ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಬರೆಯಬಹುದು. Very important point. Are you there? Right. ಓದಮ್ಮ ಹೀರೋಯಿನ್. Abnormal loss.
Abnormal loss. Always to P&L account, valued based on the stage of production.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಏನ್ ತಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನ್ ನೀನು ಯಜಮಾನ ಸರ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಓದು, ಏನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಸಿಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಓದೆ.
Valued based on the stage of production.
ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು? Abnormal loss takes place at the end, valued like a finished good. Abnormal loss takes place in the middle of the process, valuation only like a work in progress. So ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ಕೊಡಿ. ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ. ಏನ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ? ಸೇ abnormal loss at the end. ಕ್ಯಾಥರಿನ್, ಕ್ಯಾಥರಿನ್ ಬರೀ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಡೇ ಡ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ನೈಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಜಮಿನ್ ಸರ್ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಡೇ ಡ್ರೀಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ ಡ್ಯಾಶ್ ರೈಟ್ ಏನೋ ನಾವೇನು ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಈ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಅದು ಏನೋ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಹೊಸ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅವ್ರದ್ದೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರೀಸನಬಲ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬಂತು ಯಾವ ತರ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ 1 ಮಂತ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೀನಿ 3 ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ ಮಕ್ಳು ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಸಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅದು say loss at end stage, value like finished good, into the bracket normal process account, ಅದು basic process account ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ ಮೆಗಾ ಪಲ್ಲಟ್ ಸೆಮಿಕೋಲನ್ close the bracket ಅಥವಾ whatever. If loss is at WIP stage, Rashmi ಚಕ್ಕರ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. If loss is at WIP stage, comma, loss is at WIP stage, comma, value at such stage, in the bracket, refer equivalent production. Equivalent production ಅಲ್ಲಿ table 3 ನಲ್ಲಿ abnormal loss material 100%, labor 60%. ನೆನಪಿದೆಯಾ? ಅದೇ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು. ಬೋಲಮ್ಮ ಹೀರೋಯಿನ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ.
Abnormal gain, excess of actual OP
ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಕಣೆ, ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಅಕ್ಕ ಓದಿಯವರೇ. ಅದು ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಅಂತ ಬರೆಯಬಹುದು.
excess of actual output over expected output valued similar to abnormal loss and credited to costing P&L account.
Credited to costing P&L account, process account ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಆಡ್ ದಿಸ್ abnormal loss.
Yes, sir.
Abnormal loss 2 RMRs. Debited to costing P&L.
Abnormal gain, sir.
No. I'm right. Abnormal loss. First abnormal loss ಬರುತ್ತದೆ. Abnormal loss 2 RMRs. Debited to costing P&L. Ultimately, correct ಆಗಿದೆ. Right side. Initially credited to process account. First process account ಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ P&L account ಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? Initially credited in process account ಅಥವಾ credited to process account. ಸರ್ process account ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಬೈ abnormal loss ತಾನೇ ಬರೆಯೋದು?
Yes, sir.
So abnormal loss ಅನ್ನ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ. then ultimate abnormal loss ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ costing P&L account. Next line ನಿರೀಶಾ. Abnormal gain account. Abnormal gain account 2 RMRs. Ultimately credited to P&L account. Gain ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಪೆಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಟೇಸ್ಟಿ ಆಗಿದೆಯೇ ನವ್ಯ? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗಷ್ಟೇ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿಸ್ಕಿಟ್ ತಿಂತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಬಿಸ್ಕಿಟ್ ಈಗಷ್ಟೇ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿದಲ್ಲ
ಊಟ
ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ? ಬಿಸ್ಕಿಟ್ ಅದೇ ತಿಂದ ಪೆಡಿಗ್ರಿ ತಿಂದ ಎಂದ
ಊಟ
ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ? ಮತ್ತೇನ್ ತಿಂತ ಮೊಸರನ್ನ ಏನಿಲ್ವಾ? ಓಕೆ ಬಿಡು, ಆಯ್ತು ಬಿಡು, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀನೊಂದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದ ನಾನೇ ಊಟ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಹೋಟ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಈಗ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಏನದು? ಏನೋ ಒಂದು. So abnormal gain, left side order, ultimately credited to costing P&L account. See what's up? Right side, initially debited to process account. Correct, Suparna? Initially debited to. The class will believe stay back, Madro, Patil College. Ananya and Suparna. Next, continue.
Basic process account. On the debit side, all the costs with units information for material. On the credit side, the output information with normal and abnormal loss.
Unit information, all the cost within the bracket, within the bracket with units information for material. Cost normal, material, labor, overhead, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. Material ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ with units information. Correct, sir? Yeah, material ಗೆ 1000 units at whatever. Whereas labor ಗೆ units information ಬರೆಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ. Next, equivalent production, expressing finished goods and WIP units in terms of finished goods units. used in a continuous running industry where WIP is common, where the stage of completion is unknown, cost per unit you have to go by total. When it is known, go by the percentage given. That's put it thoroughly. Yeah, very important. Very, very important.
When there are two raw materials or direct materials have an additional column for material 2, under FIFO, percentage given is deemed to be for second raw material. First raw material presumed to be 100% complete.
Equivalent notes just add all these extra things theory, but add.
Yes, sir.
The respective place. Equivalent production. Material 100%. Labor and overhead 60%. Yeah. Material 100%. Labor and overhead 60% for opening WIP. Two arrow marks under FIFO. Divya. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ದಿವ್ಯ ಒಬ್ಬಳೇ ಇರೋದು ದಿವ್ಯ ನಿಮ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ದಿವ್ಯ ದೀಪ ಇಬ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ Q4 ದಿವ್ಯ ನೀವು ಒಬ್ಬಳು ದಿವ್ಯ ನೀನೇನು ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸೇ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಯಾ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಏನು ಯಜಮಾನ ಬಂದವ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಯಾರು ಬಂದ್ರು ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಏನದು
Under FIFO.
Under FIFO, equivalent units of completion. Nirisha. Equivalent units of completion. Material 100 minus 100 nil. Labor and overhead L and OH 100 minus 60 40%.
1640.
Very good, Anisha. Below that, all other items, say abnormal loss, closing WIP, etc. Consider, percentage as given. Nirisha, 170 170 ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ರಿಷಿಕಾ ಖಾಲಿ ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ WIP ಗೆ FIFO ಮೆಥಡ್ 100 ಮೈನಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಏನು ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. समझ में आ रहा है सबको? Everybody understood? Suma, yeah. Next 100 minus whatever. Below that, for finished goods, or complete units, take 100%. For finished goods, consider 100%. Can you be more specific? For unit finished goods introduced and completed. Even ಈ period ಅಲ್ಲಿ introduce ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಈ period ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗೇನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಶ್ರಾವಣಿ, ಅಂಜನಿ, ಮರ್ಲಿನಾಶಾ, ಸೌಮ್ಯ, ಸಾಯಿ ವಿನಯ್. Consider what? Units introduced and completed. Consider 100%. 100%. Completely right side. Under WAP. For every item, including opening WIP units, consider actual percentage given. ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? Consider actual percentage given. Next, one more point. Example 2. Example 1, example 2. Completely below that. In process 3, be careful, very rarely, but be careful. In process 3, transfer from process 2. Rupees 10 lakh. Anjani, enama? Transfer from process 2, 10 lakh. Isharati. Semicolon. Direct material bar raw material added in the process. Direct material, underline the word direct material bar raw material added in the process. 4 lakh. A direct material but raw material ge arrow mark kodbittu second material Harshita. Second material. Official ಜಾಗ ಇಲ್ವೇನೆ ಮಲ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ? Third floor, fourth floor ಜಾಗ ಇದೆ ಔಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. So make a circle and write what? Second raw material. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ 2 ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಲಾಸ್ಯ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರೆ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಆರ್ ಯು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್? ಯಾ, ಬರೀ ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ WIP. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ WIP ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ 100%, ಲೇಬರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಓವರ್ಹೆಡ್ 40%. One second. Opening WIP, I'm sorry, not 100%, material 80%. Sorry. Opening WIP 80%. Opening WIP material 80%, labor and overhead is 40%. Here, material 1 already 100% done. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? So under C4, material 2 work is equal to how much? Material 2 work is equal to 100 minus 80, 20%. Labor and overhead 100 minus 40, 60%. Did you put 2 RMRs, Ashwini? 2 RMRs ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? Okay, next line. ಆಯ್ತು, ಓಕೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕವರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Closing WIP, material 70%, labor and overhead 50%. ಹೇಳಿ, work done during the period. ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಹೇಳಮ್ಮ. ಓ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ. Work done during the period.
100 minus 70 is equal to 30%.
ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿ. Material 1 100%. 100 for closing WIP. Make a circle for closing. End ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು, ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದು ದೇವ್ರು ಇದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರ ಅಂತ. 100%. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ 2 ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ? 70%. ಸರ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ ನಾವು. ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ 100% ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ 2 70%, ಲೇಬರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಓವರ್ 50%. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ 100 ಮೈನಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಮೈನಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಸೊ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ಬರೀ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಅಂಡರ್ C4, that too for opening WIP, only under C4, that too for what? Opening WIP, consider 100 minus percentage one. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಬೇಕೆ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್, ರೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿ. ಇದೇವಿ ಅವರೇ ತಂತ್ರಿ ಏನಂತ್ರಿ? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮನೋಜ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಬಿ, ಸಂದೀಪ್, ಸಾಯಿ ಅವನಿಲ್ಲದ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಬಂದವಳ, ಹೇಮಲತಾ. ಓಕೆ, ಬರೀ ಅವ್ರ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರ ಅಲ್ವೇನ್ರಾ? ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ವಾಟ್? ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ವಾಟ್? ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಹೇಳೋ, ಏನ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋನೇ ಕಾಪಿ ಇದೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ
ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
ಓಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಟು ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ವಾಟ್? ಓದ್ರಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರು.
to only for opening WIP, consider 100% minus percentage given.
Next, full stop, semicolon. In two raw material questions, material 1 is 100% complete. Material 1 is presumed to be 100% complete. Artha aita? Yeah. Okay. So this is the format. All of you must by heart this format. Input details, opening WIP, units introduced. So say let's say 900, 9,000, 10,000. Then output. If it is a FIFO method, FIFO whatever is completed, let us say 8,000 is complete. First should be taken out of opening WIP, balance out of the introduction during the period. Then abnormal loss of the gain. It's one of the column figure. If you get missing pair in both. Ili 10,000, ili 10,000. Abnormal loss ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಫಿಗರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಂಗ್ WIP ಎಲ್ಲ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು. ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್, ಲೇಬರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಓವರ್ಹೆಡ್ if the percentage is same at every stage, then you have to just combine. Whereas if it is different, you write separately. Artha aayta elrigo? Yeah. Equivalent unit for open WIP is calculated only under FIFO method. Under the average method is not shown separately. Under FIFO method, finished output is equal to units completed and transfer to next process plus open WIP, whatever. Okay. Gain ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Approaches FIFO, LIFO, simple average, weighted average ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. Okay. When breakup of the cost of opening and closing WIP is given, it is weighted average. This is a special point. ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Approaches to equivalent production ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಅದರ repetition ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Approaches to equivalent production. Opening WIP 800 units, rupees 4,000. 800 units, rupees 4,000. Underline 800 units, 4,000. 4,000 circle to our mass. No further information. No further information. FIFO method. It is FIFO. Very additional information is the FIFO. Srinivas, JB. So no further information there, no FIFO method. Right side, 4,000 split up of 4,000, material 3,000, labor 600, overhead 400. Material is 3,000, labor 600, overhead 400. Follow that WAP. A split ಕೊಟ್ರೆ WAP. Split ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ FIFO. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? Almost all the following questions I'm trying to cover. Okay. If they specifically then go by the method given. So four steps I said. Equivalent production step, cost per equivalent unit. ಅದು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? Very important. Each step is a continuation. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Statement of equivalent production. Step 1. Equivalent production with input, output and ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರ ವರ್ಕ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರೆಯಬಹುದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. Input, output and equivalent units column.
Yes, sir.
Next, step 2, cost per equivalent unit. Total cost of material, labor, etc. Very simple. Table 1 ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ. So ಅಲ್ಲಿ whatever the total ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ end ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು table 2 ನಲ್ಲಿ. So total cost in step 1, total cost of material, labor, etc. divided by total of equivalent units in table 1. Look at me. ಇಲ್ಲಿ material ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಈ total, labor, ಈ total overhead. Labor and overhead combine ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು labor ನೆನಪಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು labor separate, ಇದು overhead separate ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಾ? So if here labor ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಮ್, overhead ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಮ್ ಇದೆ. Suppose if you have combined both, then labor separate, overhead separate ಬರಬೇಕು. So table 2 ನಲ್ಲಿ whatever the cost given the question divided by material units ಇದು, labor units ಇದು, overhead units ಇದು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? You recall that? Vijal? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Total cost divided by total of units of table 2. See, total cost divided by total of units of table 1. Table 1. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಅಲ್ಲಿ within the bracket, normal scrap value to be deducted from material. Material ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು. I hope you recall that. Normal scrap value to be deducted from material. Next, table 3 now. Step 3. Statement of valuation or apportionment of cost. Vishiti. Inchina, business very dull ID code. Statement of valuation. Dash, right? Table 1, row wise each item. You should know the subject. Subject gottilla andre can't help it. Table 1, row wise each item into table 2, cost per unit. ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಲೈಫ್ ಇಷ್ಟೇನೆ, ಭಾರಿ ಕಷ್ಟನೇ ಅಲ್ವೇನ್ರ? ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓದಕ್ಕೂ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ. ಟೇಬಲ್ 1 ಏನು ರೋ ವೈಸ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಇಂಟು ಟೇಬಲ್ 2 ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್. ಈ ಕಡೆ ಚೂಡು ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಟೇಬಲ್ 1 ಒಂದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ರೋ ಈಕ್ವಲೆಂಟ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಇದು. ಈ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಟೇಬಲ್ 2 ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಟೇಬಲ್ 3 ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಬ್ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಲಾಸ್ ಬೇಕು. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು, ಇಂಟು ಟೇಬಲ್ 2 ನಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಲೇಬರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಓವರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಟ್ಟವರ ಇಂಟು ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಟೇಬಲ್ 3. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ 4, process account. Process account. Debit side, Deepa. Debit side based on the information given. Credit side, anybody? Table 3. Table 3 and Tigalata Madinapa. Table 3 is done to take it to the table 4. They all valuation by abnormal loss, by finished goods, closing WPC. What side? Illa madidineko? Tale kodsa tale arsaka illa tane. So whatever you did in table 3, Sarishika, it should be taken to table 4, credit side, debit side, the information. Aste. The equivalent production. FIFO, LIFO, weighted average follow. Interpersonal profit only. I told you the output of one person can be transferred to another person either at cost, selling price or market price, negotiate price. Transfer from one person to another process will be at a greater than the cost. This method at selling price, selling price and market price. When you transfer it more than the cost, okay, the efficiency or otherwise can be determined. Whereas if you are transferring at cost, it doesn't have any impact. It doesn't have impact. So ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, you have to make on tabular presentation. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ದೇವರು? ಯಾ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಇಂಟರ್ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಐ ಫಾರ್ಗೆಟ್, ನಿಮ್ಮ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಇಂದ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು FIFO ಮತ್ತೆ ವೇಟೆಡ್ ಅವರೇಜ್ ಒಂದು ಟೇಬಲ್ ಇದೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ FIFO ಅಂಡ್ ವೇಟೆಡ್ ಅವರೇಜ್ ಅಂತ ಟೇಬಲ್. ಆ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. FIFO ವರ್ಸಸ್ ವೇಟೆಡ್ ಅವರೇಜ್ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಬರೀ interpersonal profit. Ravya, interpersonal profit. Yes. ನಾನು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 6:15 ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪನಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ನಮ್ದು ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಮಾರ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಒಂದು 60 ಸೂರ್ಯ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಇನ್ನೀಗ ಇದಾದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ನಮ್ಗೆ 10:30 ಒಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಕಾಪ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್. ಫುಲ್ ಸುಸ್ತಾಗಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 60 ಸೂರ್ಯ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದೆ. ಸುಸ್ತಾದಾಗ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಏನು ಆಯ್ತಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಾನು 6:45 ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಓಕೆ, ನೀವು ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಏನ, ನೀವು ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್, ಯಾರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರ ನೀವು ಬಿಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ? ಏನ್ ಬಿಡುದು? ಯಾ ಸೊ ಬರೀ ಹೇಳಿದೊಂದು ವಿಷಯ. ಅಂಡ್ ನಮ್ದು ಡೈಲಿ ರೂಟೀನ್, ನಿಮ್ದು ಒಂದು 3 months 6 months ಇದ್ದು, ನಮ್ದು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು 1 or 2 days ಬೇರೆ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಇರ್ಲಿ, ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅದು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು interpersonal whatever profit, interpersonal profit account. So transfer of goods from one process to another process, from one process to another process. And ex girlfriend is a message ಬಂದಿದೆ. Transfer of goods from one process. ನೋಡಿ ಅವಿಶೇಟಿ ಪಾಪ, ನಾನು ಒಂದ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವನು ತೋಮನಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಶೋ. ಅದೇನೋ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ another process can be at 3 RMRs. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಏನ್ ಲಾಸ್ಯಾ, ಏನ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ವ ಅವನು? ಏನಂತೆ ಬ್ರದರ್? ಫಸ್ಟ್ RMRk at cost. ರಿಷಿಕಾ ಪ್ರೇಮ at cost. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ RMRk ರಿಷಿಕಾ ನಗೆ 25 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ at selling price. ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಂತ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹುಡುಗಿ ರಿಷಿಕಾ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ at selling price. Third RMRk what? At negotiated price. Price slightly above the cost. That is, again, you have learned this in departmental accounts. First, second and third connection kodi helps in efficiency valuation. Transfer at cost yen difference gottade, we don't know anything. First, helps in efficiency evaluation. Yen Rishika yenagtade? Yeah, efficiency evaluation. Full stop. Alle second and third ge connection kodbittu. Also lasya, also problem of stock reserve bar unrealized profit. Rashmigilla avulu malkonde biಟ್ಟು. Problem of what? Unrealized profit or what? Stock reserve.
Yes, sir.
Unrealized profit bar stock reserve. So there are 3 methods of transferring the goods, Suma. At the cost, at selling price, at a negotiated price. Selling price and negotiated price. Selling price is market price. Negotiated price is slightly lesser. Both the cases, you are transferring at a price higher than that. That's why efficiency can be evaluated. And stock reserve concept barodilla. Okay, next line, completely below that. So process account format. ಚಿಕ್ಕದ ಒಂದು ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಓಡಿಸ್ಕೋತಿರಲ್ಲ, ನೆನಪಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. Process account format. So on either side, 4 columns. Particulars, cost per total. Abhishek, there are so many girlfriends are messaging me today. So particulars, cost, profit, total. Same way, right side. Particulars, cost, profit, total. Other format. Next line. Process 2 and onwards. Stay. And girlfriends helmet ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. I'm busy ಅಂತ. ಏನಂತೆ? ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಾರಿ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಏನ್ ನೋಡಕ್ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಇದ್ದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅದು?
Process 2 and onwards.
Process 2 and onwards, stock reserve arises. Process 1 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ? ಯು ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡರ್ಸ್. ಅದು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇನ್ರಿ ಶ್ರೀದೇವಿ? ತಲೆ ಕೂದಲು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸುಖ ಕಷ್ಟ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಮನೇಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ತಂಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಭವಿಷ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳೋದು ಅಲ್ವೇನಾ? ಹೌದು. Next. So that's about the process accounting. So page number 428. ಹಂಗೆ ಜಲಕೃತಿಕಲ ಜೊತೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಬೋಣ. 428 ಬನ್ನಿ. ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ some of you would have taken the print. Sorry, now in the message in the ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. Message, look at this format. ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಪ್ಪ? ಎಲ್ರಿ process account ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ? ನಿಮಿಷ. So this is July 2021 question paper. Easy question. Process ತುಂಬಾ ಈಸಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಸಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಇದೆ, ಲೇಬರ್ ಇದೆ. ಟೋಟಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ 1570 ವಾಸ್ ರಿಕಾರ್ಡ್ at 150 direct wages. So whatever the direct wages, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ 4000 ಅಂದ್ರೆ 6000, ಇದು 3500 150%, ಇದರದ್ದು 3000 into 150% ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? 15,000 units were introduced at the beginning at a cost of ₹2 per unit. ಇದೀರಾ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್? Hello? Right.
Yes.
So, normal process account, percentage of wastage, normal loss ಕೊಟ್ಟವರೆ, loss. ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ವೈ ಫೈಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಫಿಗರ್. ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಗಿವನ್. ಸೊ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ನೋಡಿಲಿ process account ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಡಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಬರ್ತೋದವರಿಗೆ 15,000 units at ₹2 per unit. ಇದು ಎಡಿಷನಲ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ 2 raw material ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಬರೀ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಗೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ 2 raw material. ಎಲ್ಲೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ನೀವು ಈಗ process account ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ರಿ equivalent production 2 raw material ಅಂತ ಬರದಾ? ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಬಾರ್ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಅಂತ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಬುಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದ್ರಿ ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಒಬ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಂದ್ರಿ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್, ಅದರ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಹಾಕಿ. ಕ್ಯಾಥರಿನ್ ಸುಂದ್ರಿ, ಸುಂದ್ರಿ ಪೆನ್ ತಿಂತ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಪೆನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಯಾ? ಓಕೆ. ಸೊ ಸುಂದರಿ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಬಾರ್ ವೀಕ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವಳೆ ಹುಡುಗಿ, ಚಿನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಸುಂದರಿ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಬಾರ್ ಅದರ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಆರ್ ನಿಗ್ಲಿಜಿಬಲ್ ಎಡಿಷನಲ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಗ್ಲಿಜಿಬಲ್ ಎಡಿಷನಲ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಜುಲೈ 21. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್ ಅಂತ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಚೂಡ್ ರಾಜ ಅಂಡ್ ಚೂಡಿ ರಾಣಿ 15,000 into 2, ಇದು 30,000 ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ. ಇದು 2,600. ಇದು 2 raw material question ಅಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ process account. ಇದು ನಾಟ್ equivalent production account. Negligible additional raw material are 1 raw material problem. ಅದು sundry material 2 raw material problem ಅಲ್ಲ. equivalent production ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಸುಂದರಿ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್, ಅದರ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್, ನಿಮ್ಮ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ. ಹರ್ಷಿತಾ ಪೆನ್ ತಿಂತವಳೆ. ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಬ್ಬಿನಕಾಯಿ ಏನು ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ವಾ? ಕಬ್ಬು ಗಿಬ್ಬು. So how do you prepare the process account, Baba? So normal process format I'm telling 15,000 units at ₹2. All other costs you write debit side. Normal loss 15,000 is 6% of the ಕೊಟ್ಟವರೆ. Scrap value is given. Then If there is an abnormal loss, you should write here. Abnormal gain, you should write here. And whatever the transfer, you write here. So if you look at here, process, total cost of the debit side, 42,600 minus, all of you visualizing, 990 divided by expected units. You go by the approach what I taught you. Input minus normal loss. So it comes to 2.951 into 14,100. Illi abnormal loss illa gain illa. 15,000 is the input, 900 is the loss, 14,100 is the output. Alle question ide. Kelskota idira devaro. Same way abnormal, sorry, process Y account, process Z account ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ತರದ ಇದು abnormal loss, normal loss ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೇಮ್ ಇದು process ಅನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿ ಸರ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಇದು either you can do immediately after each process or you can do it after all the process account. Understanding?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Equivalent production. Beautiful collection is the questions. ಇದು 3/4 table approach. Input, output, ಇಲ್ಲಿ input ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಕಾಲಮ್ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು. ಅವರು LPM ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ. Particulars ಅಂತ particulars introduce blah blah blah. Particulars, output, then equivalent production. Material, labor and overhead. So if it is a percentage is same, you don't have to do separately. You can merge these two and write one star mark at bari. Nenepidya? Then so just two easy questions. Table 2, cost incurred divided by equivalent units. 40, table 2, table 1 is the total. 40,000, 35,000, 35,000. So these information are available in the question. Divide ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ cost per equivalent unit ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯೇನ್ರೋ? Why you are not expressing anything? Then valuation ಮಾಡಿ. ಒಂದು step miss ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ valuation ಮಾಡಿ, then process account ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು. Next. So statement of equivalent production. One more question on the similar nature. Two process ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Two process. ಅದು ಮಾಡಿ. So this is I think which method? Average cost. Average cost ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. Particulars input, particulars output. Equivalent is whatever percentage given, just write. Closing WAP there is 1/3 is complete. 12,000 into 1/3. So E total. Next table is super careful agri. Cost of opening WAP, very important, very important. Okay. Cost of opening WAP. Barkoli elru. Page number. ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಶ್ರೇಯ ಸುಸ್ತಾಯ್ತೇನೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಬರೇ page number 439 C4 439 of CM C4. Consider current month cost in table 2. Current month cost in table 2. Next, page 445 VAP. This is special point. Table 2 nalli, table 2, in table 2, consider cost in opening WAP plus current month. This is the difference. Table 1 nalli consider what? Cost in opening WAP plus current month. Sir, question point kotte. How do you distinguish between FIFO versus weighted average? Opening WAP is cost split up ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಶ್ರೀವತ್ಸ. ಸೊ ಆ ಸ್ಪ್ಲಿಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ WAP ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಲೇಬರ್ ಓವರ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಮಂತ್ಗೆ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಬೈ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ 2 ನಲ್ಲಿ. whereas FIFO ನಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ತರ ಸ್ಪ್ಲಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. then how can I add? You have to take it to table 3 directly. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? next line ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಿ. in other words, opening WAP cost ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. when you write down, when you read this question, you'll understand. Oh, ಇದೇ ಬಡ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಅಂತ. In other words, cost of opening WAP 2 hours in FIFO method. ನಾನು ಟೇಬಲ್ ಒಂದು ಬರೀ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್. in FIFO method, take it to table 3. ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಟೇಬಲ್ 3 ತಗೊಂಡೋದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು. ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಪ್ರತಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಲೆಂಟ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್. ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ in weighted average ಎಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಆಸ್ಯಾ? in weighted average take to table 2 ಇದೆ. process 1 ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇಮ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ತರ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏನೋ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ವಾ, ಎಲೋಕೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಮೆಥಡ್, ಸೇಲ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಏನೇ ಇದ್ರು ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಜೊತೆ ಮರ್ಜ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಇದು ನೋಡಿ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಟು ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
Okay, sir.
again FIFO method same kind of questions ಇದೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ similar questions ಎಲ್ಲ so I told you earlier if there is anything different ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ just glance ಮಾಡಿ ಸಾಕು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ process account ठीक any question process account reasonably understood a big chapter process account ಅಲ್ಲಿ 100% ಒಂದು question ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ and see one of the problem with the process costing ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ you will not understand everything now today whatever I said ಅದನ್ನೇ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲೈನ್ ಬೈ ಲೈನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಲೈನ್ ಬೈ ಲೈನ್ ಓಕೆ ಸೊ ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಈಗ 2021 ಅಂತಾನೆ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ವಾ Naviya's favorite chapter. Standard costing. Being my student, if you leave this question, can't help it. In my opinion, one of the easiest chapters, just to follow one table what I teach you today. One table, entire syllabus, one page. Torsla, yeah. Adanna correct by at adanna reproduce ಮಾಡಿ. Now 2-3 points before I get into that. Easy questions are asked at intermediate. CFL high-fi questions. Okay, ಅದು ನೋಡೋಣ ಫೈನಲ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ CFL ಓಪನ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬೈ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಡೂ ಇಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಂತ ಓಕೆ not even a single student can do single question first time first standard irutte but found intermediate alli tumba easy so 2-3 points standard costing is a per unit concept and standard cost means predetermined cost so I am a manufacturer of shirt what may be the cost per unit okay adana predetermine madodu predetermine at the end of the period okay, compare the same with the actual and do the variance analysis. Standard costing without variance analysis is a waste exercise. What is variance? Total variance is equal to standard cost of standard input for actual output. Unmute ಮಾಡಿ.
Standard cost of
Standard cost of
standard
standard
input for actual output.
Standard cost of standard input for actual output minus actual cost of actual input for standard cost of standard input for actual output minus actual cost of actual input for actual output. So standard is always for actual. First point. Standard is always for actual. I expected to manufacture 10 minutes entire formula by heart ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ 1 lakh units we expected to manufacture but we ended up with 10,000 units andre I am stupid if I compare the cost of 1 lakh with 10,000 that's why actual output is the starting point so actual output 10,000 ge what should be so material cloth is 2 meters andkoli esto 2 meter so 10,000 into 2 is the standard meter ಏನಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು standard is what ಏನಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ನಿಮಗೆ ಮುಗಿಬೇಕಾಗಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಓಕೆ standard is what should have been for one shirt 2 meter ಆದರೆ 10,000 ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು 20,000 meters into standard rate that is standard cost so urdu standard cost of standard raw material for actual output come ulta actual output is 10,000 into standard raw material we are considered 2 meters so 20,000 meter into rupees 100 per meter standard cost minus actual cost of actual raw material for actual output ella actual alli artha agta idya so starting iste odi standard is always for actual so standard cost is not budgeted cost standard means standard cost of standard input for actual output kelskota idira minus actual cost this can be 2 RMRs so okay before I forget intermediate ಅಲ್ಲಿ material labor overhead ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇರೋದು ಫೈನಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ನಿಮಗಿಲ್ಲ all the 3 variants fixed overhead ಅಂತ ತೆಗೆದುಬಿಡಿ material labor variable overhead all the 3 variants formula are same so material ಅಲ್ಲಿ labor ಅಲ್ಲಿ overhead ಅಲ್ಲಿ left side is price right side is unit price variance under within the bracket price standard rate minus actual rate into outer column actual quantity of raw material consumed volume variance under within the bracket volume standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard rate outer column. Price variance ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಉಷಾ ಉತ್ತುಕು ಬಿಂದಿ, no more discussion. Volume variance 2 RMRs. Material mix variance by heart ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಶ್ರೇಯ. Within the bracket, standard rate per unit of standard mix minus standard rate per unit of actual mix into outer column total actual quantity consumed. ಇದೊಂದು by heart ಮಾಡಿ. Right side ಅಲ್ಲಿ sub usage variance ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶ್ರೀವತ್ಸ same like usage variance. ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಬರಬೇಕು, but you should do for total ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Instead of that you can do for yield variance. Material is same, labor is same, variable overhead is same. Variable overhead normally we do for total. Fixed overhead ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಟೇಬಲ್ ಅನ್ನು ಬೈ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಜೀವನ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ನಾನು ಹೋಮ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದೀನಿ. ಯಾವ ಪೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ 26. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಅದೇ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಿದ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ರು? Standard costing is a predetermined cost per unit cost. Variance is equal to standard cost for actual output minus actual cost for actual output. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಮುಗಿಸೋಣ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಆದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಹಾಫ್ ಅನ್ ಅವರ್ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ ಫುಲ್ ಪೀಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್, standard cost is equal to predetermined per unit cost. Next, standard is always for achieving actual cost. The back standard is always for actual output. ಅದು ಬರಿಬೇಡಿ, ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಎರಡಕ್ಕೆ. ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ is equal to standard cost of standard input for actual output. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಎರಡು ಇನ್ಪುಟ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ಪುಟ್. Standard cost of standard input for actual output. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ?
Yes.
Standard cost of standard input for actual output minus actual cost of actual input for actual output. Actual cost of actual input for actual output. ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನವ್ಯ ಫುಲ್ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇದನ್ನೇ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಲಿ, ಇದನ್ನ ಕಲಿ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಡ್ಕೋಬೇಡ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಸರ್ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಡೇಟಾ 1 shell 2 meters, rate 100, budgeted 50 lakh units, exaggerated ಆಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. budgeted 50 lakh units 50. Next, actual 1 lakh units, used 3 lakh meters. ಭವಿಷ್ಯತಿ ಇವೊಂದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಟಕ. ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ವೆರೈಟೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಯಾನಿಂಗ್. ಅದು ಹುಡುಗಿ ಲೈನ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾನೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಏನೋ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ. ಅಷ್ಟು ನೋಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸುತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಓಡೋಗ್ತಾಳೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ವೇನೋ. ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಬರೀ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ವೇನೋ. ಏನ್ ಬರ್ತದ at rupees sorry 3 lakh meter at rupees 80 per meter. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಓದಮ್ಮ ರಿಷಿಕಾ.
1 shell 2 meters, budgeted 50 lakh units, actual 1 lakh units, used 3 lakh units at rupees
1 lakh shirts 3 lakh meters at rupees 80 per meter. 80 per meter. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ 1 ಶರ್ಟ್ 2 ಮೀಟರ್ at rupees 100 per meter. ಅದು ರವಿಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ಗೆ 100 ನೋಡಿ, 100 ಸೈಜ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಏನೋ 100 per meter. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಇಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ಇದೇ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ 5 marks ಇದೆ. ಮಾಡ material cost variance, total variance is equal to ಇಷ್ಟನ್ನಾದ್ರು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕರೀರಿ. ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಮೀ, ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಔಟ್ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಟೋಟಲ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಾರಿ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಏನ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ? ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ 1 lakh, ಎಫ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಫೇವರೇಬಲ್. ಹೇಳಿದಿನಾ?
Yes sir.
ನೀವು ಬಡ್ಕೋತೀವಿ ಸರ್, ನಿಮ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಹೌದಮ್ಮ, ಸಾರಿ. Actual output 1 lakh shirts. F means favorable, U means Upendra. Unfavorable. ಅಥವಾ A means adverse. ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಬೇಗ ಪಲ್ಲಡ್ ಪಲ್ಲಡ ತೋಟೋಡ ಬರೆ. ಸೊ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ಅನನ್ಯ, ಟೋಟಲ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇಂಜಿನಗೆ ಟೋಟಲ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಟು ಹೇಳೆ ಶ್ರೇಯ, ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಹೇಳೆ. Standard cost of
standard input for actual output minus actual cost of actual input for actual output.
Correct. ಅವಳು ಭರತನಾಟ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ, ನೀನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಾಡು ಸಾಕು, ನೀನು ಭರತನಾಟ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ. So standard cost of standard input for actual output, standard cost of standard input for actual output minus actual cost of actual input for actual output is equal to ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಸೊ actual output ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ನಿರೀಶಾ?
1 lakh.
1 lakh shirts into Ashwini, how many meters required for one shirt? ಎಷ್ಟಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು?
2 meters.
2 meters into what is standard rate ದೀಪಾ?
100.
ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸೊ ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಸೋ ಈಸಿ ಅಲ್ವೇನಮ್ಮ? ಯಾವನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಟಫ್ ಅಂತ? ನವ್ಯ ಯಾವನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? 1 lakh shirts into 2 meters into 100 close the bracket minus actual cost 3 lakh meters into rupees 80 ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅದು ಈಗ 1 lakh ಮಲ್ಟಿಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ LBM ತರ. 3 lakh meters ತರ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ಲಿ 3 lakh meters into 80 ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು? ಯಾವನಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು? 200 lakh minus 240 ನಾ? 200 lakh minus 240 lakh is equal to 40 lakh. ಏನೋ ವಿದಿದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್
Adverse.
ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಈಸಿ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿ. 40 lakh ಅಡ್ವರ್ಸ್ 2 RMR. ನಿಮ್ನ ನಂಬಲ್ಲ, CA ಫೈನಲ್ ಒಂದು ಟಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬಂತು. ಸೊ ಮೆನಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಫೇಲ್ ಆದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ತೆಗೆದು ಪಾಸ್ ಆದ್ರು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್. 2 RMRs ಬರೀ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಬರೀ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ವಿಜಿದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಏನಿರ್ಬೇಕು? SR minus AR into AQ. ವಿಜಿದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ರೇಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಔಟರ್ ಕಾಲಮ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಬಟ್ ಬೈ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕೆ AQ ಅಂತ. SR minus AR ಶ್ರೀವತ್ಸ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಇಂಟು ವಾಟ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ? AQ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್. ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲೋದಾ? ಇದಾರೆ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್. ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಮಿಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರೋ? ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸಂದೀಪ್ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಸಾಯಿ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಅಲ್ಲೋ. ಸೊ SR minus AR into what? 60 AQ. ಹೇಳಮ್ಮ ವಿಜಿದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟಮ್ಮ? 100 minus actual rate 80 close the bracket into AQ is 3 lakh meters. ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? 3 lakh into 20 60 lakh favorable. You have saved ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಚ್ಯೂ. ಮೇಲೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ?
40 lakh.
1 lakh ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 60 lakh ಫೇವರೇಬಲ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಈಗ 100 lakh ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಬರ್ರಿ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಈಸಿ ಆದ್ರೂ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ಕೋತೀರಾ. ಬಿಡ್ಕ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಬರ್ಕೋತೀರಾ. ಯಾರೇ ಮಾಡಿ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಯೂಸೇಜ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಚುಮ್ಮಾ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಹೇಳೆ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್
Standard rate into
is equal to 1 second. Must be 100 lakh adverse ಅಂತ ಬರಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬರಿ, ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರಿ. 100 lakh adverse ಬರದ್ರಾ? ಅದರ ಕೆಳಗೆ ವಾಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಹೇಳಮ್ಮ? ವಿಜಿದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ವಿಜಿದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ SQ minus AQ. SQ minus AQ ಸುಧನ್ವಾ into what? SR. ಪರಿಚಿತ SR. SQ minus AQ into close the bracket SR. Standard quantity, standard is always for ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ
Actual output.
ಓಡಿಸ್ಕೋತೀರಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ಕೋ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟಿ ಬರಬೇಕು. ವಿಜಿದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ 1 lakh into 2 meters minus 1 lakh into 3 ಅಥವಾ 3 lakh meters. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇರ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಸ್ವಪ್ನ. 1 lakh into 2 meters minus, be careful, you would have taken 2 minus 3. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಔಟರ್ ಕಾಲಮ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್, ಇನ್ನರ್ ಕಾಲಮ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್. ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೋ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ 40 lakh, ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ 200 rupees. ಅದು ಸ್ಟುಪಿಡ್ ಅನ್ಸಲ್ವಾ? ಕಾಮನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಶ್ರೀಶಿಖಾ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? SQ minus AQ, if you take per unit and rupees, it will be left side 40 lakh, right side 300 rupees in Bikarina. So then you use the brain. Oh, I am not a Bikari. You should be in lakhs within the bracket. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? SQ minus AQ into SR. SQ ಎಷ್ಟಮ್ಮ? 1 lakh into 2 minus 2 lakh into ಹಂಗೆ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡಿನ ಹರ್ಷಿತಾ, ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿ ಅವಳನ್ನ ಹಂಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವಳಲು minus 3 lakh into SR ಎಷ್ಟು? 100. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು? ಶಾಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ. 2 lakh minus 3 lakh ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಪರಮ ಸುಂದರಿ ಆಡೋಣ ಈಗ. ಮುಖಕ್ಕಿಷ್ಟು ನಾಯಿ ಮರಿ ಚಟ್ನಿ ಹಾಕ. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ಈಸಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 2 marks 3 marks ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಎಗೇನ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಆರೋ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ. ಅನನ್ಯ ಇಂಚಿನಾಗೆ ಯಾಕಲ್ಲ ಕತೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಮನೆ ಬರೀ ಕುಲ್ರೆ ಬಂದು 2 ಆರೋ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್. ಮೀರಾ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಕ್ಕನ್ಗ. ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಈಗ. ಮೀರಾನೇ ಇರ್ಬೇಕದು. ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಕ್ಕನ. ಅಕ್ಕನ ನಂಬರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವತ್ತು. ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಕಳಿಸಿ ನನಗೆ ಚಾಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಾನು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಏನು? ಟೋಟಲ್ AQ ರಂಜನಿ, ಟೋಟಲ್ AQ ಇಂಟು ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್. ಸಾಯಿ ವಿನಯ್ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್ ನೋಡಿ. ನೋ ಸರ್ ಎಸ್ ಸರ್ PD ಬೇರೆ ಬಂದವಳೆ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬಂದು ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್. ಅಲ್ಲೇ PD ನೋಡಿ ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್, ಈಗ ದಿವ್ಯ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್. ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್. ಸೊ ಯೂಸೇಜ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದು ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್. ಯೂಸೇಜ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಗೆ 2 ಆರೋ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್. ಒಂದು ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಏನೋ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಸಬ್ ಯೂಸೇಜ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ MSUV. ಮೇಲಿನ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಹಂಗೆ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿ, ಬಟ್ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಅಂತ ಬರೋದಾಯ್ತು. ವಿದಿನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಟೋಟಲ್ SQ ಶ್ರೀದೇವಿ ತಂತ್ರಿ ಮೈನಸ್ ಟೋಟಲ್ AQ. ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ? SQ ಮೈನಸ್ AQ. ಇನ್ನೂ ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ವೇನ್ರೋ? ಟೋಟಲ್ SQ ಮೈನಸ್ ಟೋಟಲ್ AQ ಇಂಟು ಅವರೇಜ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್. ಅದರ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಒಂದು ಗನ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ನೆನಪಿದ್ದೆ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಒಂದು ಗನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ದೀಪ? ಯೋ 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 ಹನಿಸಿಂಗ. ಸೊ ಗನ್ ತರ ಮಾಡಿ ಯೋ ಹನಿಸಿಂಗ. ಏನು ಶ್ರೇಯಾ ಯಾವ ಮಂಗ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀಯಾ? ಅವಳು ಯೋ ಹನಿಸಿಂಗ್ ಇಂದ ಆ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾವಳೆ. ರೈಟ್. ಯೋ ಹನಿಸಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೋ ಮಲೆ ಮಂಗ ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್? ಬಿಲೋ ದ ಸಬ್ ಯೂಸೇಜ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ ಬರಬೇಕು? ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಯೀಲ್ಡ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಆರ್ ಇಷ್ಟೇ. ಲೈಫ್ ಇಷ್ಟೇನೆ, ವೈಫ್ ಕಷ್ಟನೇ. ಸರಿ. ಏನು? ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಯೀಲ್ಡ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ದೀಪ ದೀಪ ಯಾವ ವೈಫ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಬರೀ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಯೀಲ್ಡ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಸೇಮ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ. ಏನು ಶ್ರೀದೇವಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕ್ರಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ. ಟೋಟಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಯೀಲ್ಡ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಏನು ಮೈನಸ್ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಯೀಲ್ಡ್ ಇಂಟು ಅವರೇಜ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್. ಇದು ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅದು ಶ್ರೇಯಾ ಅದು ಯಾವುದು? ಅದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಗುಡ್, ವೆರಿ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ. ಇಷ್ಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಾಕು. ಇದನ್ನೇ ಲೇಬರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಇಡ್ಲಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಓವರ್ಹೆಡ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅನಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ process compulsorily you write it should be based on the actual output underline. Formula of were same for all the variances except fixed overhead. Fixed overhead ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಬಜೆಟ್ ನಿಮ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸಸ್ ಸೇಮ್. yield variance is opposite of the normal cost variance. ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಇಸ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್ಡ್ ಬದಲು ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್ಡ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು. ನಾವು ಲುಕ್ ಅಟ್ ದಿಸ್. ಇದು ಟೇಬಲ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಇದು ಟೇಬಲ್ ಅನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಕಾಪಿ ಡೌನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟೇಬಲ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಓವರ್ಹೆಡ್ ಅಂತ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತೋರಿಸ್ಲಾ? ಲುಕ್ ಅಟ್ ದಿಸ್. ನೀವು ಬಯಟ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಬೇಡ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅಳವಲ್ಲಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ರೆಲೆವೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿ ಶ್ರೇಯಾ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಇದೆಯೇನಮ್ಮ? ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಇದು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕಿದೀನಿ. ಮೈನಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಲೇಬರ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್. ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್. ಒಂದು 10 minutes if you spend on this, ಹಿಂಗ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, SR ಮೈನಸ್ AQ ಆಫ್ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್ಡ್, ಬಿಂದಿ ಉಷಾ ಉತ್ತಪ್. ಯೂಸೇಜ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, SQ ಮೈನಸ್ AQ ಇಂಟು SR. ಸೊ ಈಸಿ SR. ಅದರ ಕೆಳಗೆ MMB, ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಸಬ್ ಯೂಸೇಜ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಬಟ್ ಎವರೇಜ್. ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಬೈ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಸಾರಿ ಸಬ್ ಯೂಸೇಜ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯೂಸ್ ದ ವರ್ಡ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಈಲ್ಡ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೆ? ಇದನ್ನೇ ಲೇಬರ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಸೇಮ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲೇಬರ್ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ರೇಟ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಪೇಯ್ಡ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಪೇಯ್ಡ್. ಎಫಿಷಿಯನ್ಸಿ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಪೇಯ್ಡ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಪೇಯ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ. ದೆನ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್. ಲೇಬರ್ ಸಬ್ ಎಫಿಷಿಯನ್ಸಿ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಡ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ವರ್ಕ್ಡ್. ದೆನ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡ್ಲೆ ಟೈಮ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಐಡಲ್ ಟೈಮ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಎಡ್ವರ್ಸ್. ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಓಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು, ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪೇಯ್ಡ್ ದ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಬಟ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಡ್. ಐಡಲ್ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಇಂಟು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್, ಸೇಮ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಲೇಬರ್. ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ ಕಡೆ, ಎಲ್ಲೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಫಾರ್ ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲೇಬರ್ units information is normally same. For overheads and labor, units information is same. That is labor hours, normally same. And overhead you should stop at total variance. Ellappa total variance will stop ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. And if the per unit information is given, then you can go by expenditure and volume, same like price and volume. Fixed overhead rate, that expenses by chance if they ask, that expense illu irodilla kelidre same like material madidre ಆಯ್ತು. Same like material ABC ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದೀರಾ? ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಓವರ್ಹೆಡ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಓವರ್ಹೆಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಓವರ್ಹೆಡ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಓವರ್ಹೆಡ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಓವರ್ಹೆಡ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೇಮ್. ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಇಸ್ ರೆಡ್ ಇಂಕ್. ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಂಡಿಚರ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ, ಬಜೆಟೆಡ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್. ಇದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಜೆಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್. ಅದನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹಂಗೆ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು, 1 mark ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಐದರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆರ್ ಆರ್ಸ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್. ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆದ್ರೆ SQ ಮೈನಸ್ BQ ಮೈನಸ್ AQ ಇಂಟು SR, ಡಿಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಡ್ SQ, BQ ಮೈನಸ್ SQ ಆನ್ ದ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್, SQ ಮೈನಸ್ AQ ಆನ್ ದ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್. ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಎಫಿಷಿಯನ್ಸಿ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಸಮಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲೆಂಡರ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಇದು BH ಮೈನಸ್ SH, ಇಲ್ಲಿ BQ ಮೈನಸ್ AQ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ BH ಮೈನಸ್ SH. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಫಾರ್ Rishika actual. So BH minus SH, deduct and add. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ನೋಡಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಟೋಟಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಸೇಮ್, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಂಡಿಚರ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಓಕೆ, ರೈಟ್. ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಲೇಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ, ನನಗೆ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬರೀ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಓವರ್ಹೆಡ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್. Fixed overhead variance formula different. Why you tell me? Since it varies per unit. Fixed overhead varies per unit. Very total variance same. Standard dot minus Kanisha, actual dot. ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವೈಟ್ ಈಗ ವೈಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾರು ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವೈಟ್ ವೈಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಆಯ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡು ಬರೀ ಎಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ಬರೀ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ, ಏನಾದ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ. ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಎಂತ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನೀನ್ ಬರೀ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಏನದು ಸ್ವಪ್ನ? ಹಾಯ್, ಯು ಆರ್ ಲುಕಿಂಗ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಫೇರ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮೀ ಓನ್ಲಿ. ಹಾಯ್ ಟೆರೇಸಾ. Okay, right. ठीक है. Right. So same like what? Sorry, total variance same. Standard minus actual. 2 RMRs. Left side red ink. Expenditure special formula. Class ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇ ತರ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ ನವ್ಯ ಭಟ್ರೆ. ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ನಾವು ಭಟ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ಈಗ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೇಳಲ್ವಾ? ಆಯ್ತು. So expenditure variance is equal to budgeted minus actual. ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿ, ಅದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್, ಅದನ್ನೇ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು. ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್, ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್, 2 ಆಪ್ಷನ್ಸ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಇದೆ. ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್, ಇದು SR into BQ minus AQ. ಇದು ಬೈ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವು ಸ್ವಪ್ನ. SR into BQ minus AQ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ರಿ ಕೆಳಗೆ deduct and add SQ. Look at me. BQ minus AQ you have to by heart. What is left out then? SQ. So deduct and add SQ. 2 RMRs, alphabetical order. Capacity variance ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ? BQ minus SQ into SR. BQ ಗೆ ಮೈನಸ್ SQ ಪ್ಲಸ್ SQ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ BQ minus SQ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? SR. ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಎಫಿಷಿಯನ್ಸಿ SQ minus AQ into SR. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್, ಆಪ್ಷನ್ 2 ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್, ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಏನ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ? SR into BH minus SH. Highlight SH. But SH should be same. Yakandre Rishika. Standard is always for actual. So you can what? Deduct and add. What is left out?
H.
Aste. Very good. Shreya. H. What do you get? Capacity. B minus EH. SR into BH minus EH. Right side efficiency. SR into EH minus SH. Aste. Understood? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Other the table formula put it in Beckare. If you want material, put all formula same, price variance. Material price variance, labor rate variance, variable overhead, overhead expenditure variance. All formula same. At the table Beckare note points. The last topic of the day. One of my favorite topics. The favorite topics for management accounting. Management accounting in syllabus only 3 topics. Budgetary control on a gross level. I think Aman sir has done that. Okay. Standard costing is per unit basis. Marginal costing. Marginal cost means cost incurred for an additional unit or cost saved by not producing a unit. Expansion versus contraction. For 1000 units, if the cost is 10,000, in the class we had the introduction, for 1001, it will not be 10,010. Now, marginal costing formula, quick so easy to by heart. Marginal costing formula. Number 1, fundamental formula. So, one second. Before that, basic formula of profit. Basic formula of profit is equal to profit is equal to ಏನು ಹೇಳಿ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ?
Sales minus cost.
ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Sales minus variable cost minus fixed cost. Profit is equal to sales minus variable cost minus fixed cost. Next, it is rewritten as ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾವು ಬರೆಯೋದು ಶ್ರೀದೇವಿ ತಂತ್ರಿ. It is rewritten as fundamental formula. ಆ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಇದ್ದನ್ನ 2 ಐಟಮ್ ಅನ್ನ ಹಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಡಿ. ಬರೀ S minus V ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹಂಗೆ ಇರಲಿ, ಮೈನಸ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ದ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್, ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಟು F plus P is equal to C. Everybody understood? S minus V is equal to C is equal to F plus P. S minus V flower bracket ಕೊಡಿ ಕೆಳಗೆ. Why do you write left side? Controllable. Why you write on the left side? Sales and variable costs are within the control of the management. In the controllable versus uncontrollable. Whereas fixed cost is not within my control. Rent of a building, I have to pay it, whether I use that or not. That's why left side is within the decision making, management accounting. The special value is in decision making and the definition. Margin cost definition, margin costing definition of formula. Sales when variable cost equal contribution where variable costs are charged to the units and fixed cost charged to the contribution. Contribution when fixed cost. Its special value is in decision making. That's a special point of margin costing. But the end of reminder definition. So S minus V controllable. Now look at me. Hi. GP ratio formula,
P by
just
sales.
5 minutes. I don't know if you appreciate. 5 minutes formula by add yella. GP ratio formula.
Gross profit divided by
sales.
Okay, na? S minus V is equal to C and the line. S minus V is equal to C. S in the C connection code. Contribution margin ratio. Gross profit ratio is gross profit by sales. Contribution margin ratio is contribution by sales. So contribution margin ratio slash, that is also called PVR. PV ratio. You learn it as a contribution margin ratio. After mistake madala. Gross profit ratio formula in Deepa GP by sales alva. So contribution margin ratio formula in contribution by sales. So adana PV ratio antivi. Helboda? Enjoy ಮಾಡ್ತಾ at least last chapter at least last class Deepa ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಉರಿಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? Deepa ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಉರಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಉರಿಯೋದು ಬೇಡವಾ? Contribution by sales into 100. ಲಾಸ್ಯ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗುರಾಯಿಸಲು ನಾನು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. Or delta C by delta. Yes, delta andre change in contribution by change in sales. Contribution andre ಏನು ಹೇಳಿ? Fixed cost plus profit. Fixed cost ನಿಮ್ ತರ change ಆಗಲ್ಲ ತಾನೆ. Or delta profit by delta sales into 100. ತಲೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ formula should flow. Formula should not be by hearted. Are you enjoying?
Yes, sir.
Contribution margin ratio is nothing but PV ratio. That is nothing but a gross profit ratio. Ananya. Tara. Next, contribution andre fixed cost plus profit. Fixed cost change agala. So what is the only figure which changes? Numerator profit. So delta profit by delta sales. A delta C with the delta by last two formula flower bracket when 2 period information given. Period information you have to go by this. Next, BEP. BEP dash rate at which profit bar loss is equal to nil. Correct? Means, look at the beauty now, means contribution is equal to total fixed cost. Life is staying. Contribution is equal to total fixed cost. One of my favorite topics. Contribution is equal, at the end of the day I should be happy. Alva. Contribution is equal to total fixed cost. Ikkada chudu. Sales value 100 lakh. Selling price 100. How many units you sold?
1,000.
Deepa, RBI governor 100 lakh divided by ಅಷ್ಟು easy maths ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ. ಅದು ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ನೀವು come on sir ಅಂತ ಏನು ಆರ್ಯಭಟ ಅಂತ ವಂಶನ ಆರ್ಯಭಟ ದೀಪ ಭಟ್ಟ ಅಂತ. So 100 lakh by 1 lakh ಎಷ್ಟು? 100 lakh by rupees 100 is equal to 1 lakh units. At BEP, contribution is equal to fixed cost. Alva. So contribution, total sales by selling price per unit is equal to sales units. Total contribution by contribution per unit is equal to sales units. Total contribution is equal to fixed cost. Fixed cost by contribution per unit is the BP formula. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಮಿನಿಟ್ PV ರೇಷಿಯೋಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ. ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ PV ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಆಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. PV ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಇದ್ದಷ್ಟು ಶೆಟ್ಟಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂರ್ಸೋಣ ಅಂತೀವಿ. PV ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಪಕ್ಕ ಬರೀ ಲೈಕ್ GP ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಅಂತ. ಲೈಕ್ GP ರೇಷಿಯೋ. ಈಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ BEP units is equal to total fixed cost by contribution per unit. That's the formula. Total fixed cost by contribution per unit. And within the bracket, it is like total contribution by contribution per unit. Total contribution by contribution per unit should be sales units agbekalva. Total contribution by Navya AKP, total contribution by contribution per unit, wherein LBM total contribution is equal to total fixed cost. BEP contribution fixed cost. Fixed cost ಅಂತ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು, ಬಟ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಲ್ವೇ ನಮ್ಮದು.
Yes, sir.
ಬೈ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನ. Which is like sales units is equal to total sales by selling price per unit. Sales by selling price is sales unit. Avisheti. Total contribution by contribution per sales units. Total contribution at BEP is the fixed cost here. Are you appreciating your knowledge? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ? BEP units is equal to total sales value by selling price per unit ತರಾನೇ total contribution by contribution per unit ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. Contribution at BEP ಎಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ? Fixed cost. There is no profit. BEP ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ಸುಪರ್ಣ? No. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೆ?
Yes.
Next, or BEP in value is equal to total fixed cost divided by PV ratio. PV ratio. ಕೆಲವರು ಬಯಾಟಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. Total fixed cost by PV ratio, which is also equal to, BEP units into selling price per unit. ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ BEP units ಅರ್ಷಿತಾ SR ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಪೆನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ BEP units into selling price unit. ಆಯ್ತು ಬರೀ, ಅವತ್ತು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ. BEP units into what? Selling price per unit. Next, sales required to earn X profit. Sales required to earn X profit. At BEP, what is the profit?
Zero.
See the bracket, buddy. It is like a BEP formula, buddy. It is like a buddy. ಒಂದೇ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಿಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಆಗದಿಂದ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ. It is like a BEP formula. BEP formula ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ? Is equal to total fixed cost divided by
Contribution per unit.
Total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. Total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit.
Unit value
Total fixed cost by contribution per unit. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಹಲೋ?
Yes, sir.
Total fixed cost by contribution per unit ಅಲ್ವಾ BEP. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯೂಮರೇಟರ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಲೈನ್ ಉದ್ದ ಹೇಳಿರಿ, ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಡಿಸೈರ್ಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಬರೀ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಅದೇ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ. ಟೋಟಲ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಬೈ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್. ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಸೆಡ್ ವಾಸ್ ನವ್ಯ, BEP ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಏನಮ್ಮ? ಟೋಟಲ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬೈ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್. ಆಗ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊ ನ್ಯೂಮರೇಟರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಬೈ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್. ಹೋಲ್ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಬೈ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ನ್ಯೂಮರೇಟರ್ ಎರಡು ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬರದ್ರಿ ದೇವರು? ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬರದ? ಈಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಬಂತ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ನಾನು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದಂದ್ರೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಸೆಡ್ ವಾಸ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯೂಮರೇಟರ್ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮೊಣಕಾಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಟೋಟಲ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಡಿಸೈರ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದರ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಬರದ್ರ ಹಂಗೇನೆ? ಓಕೆ, ದಿಸ್ ಆರ್ ದ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ರಿ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್. ಇದನ್ನ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ. ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ ದಿಸ್ CFL ಮೆಟಲ್ ಇದೆ ಇದು, ಸೊ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್.
Okay, sir.
BEP is equal to total fixed cost 3 RMR. ಒಂದೇ ತರ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. BEP total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಶಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಟೆಂಪರಲಿ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಪೆಂಡಮಿಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಶಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ. ಶಲ್ ವಿ ಶಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಆರ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ? ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಅವಳು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಶಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತವಳೆ. ಸೊ ಇಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಟು ಅವಾಯ್ಡಬಲ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ divided by contribution per unit. Contribution ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್. ಲಾಸ್ಯ ಏನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಸೊ ಶಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವೆದರ್ ಶಟ್ ಡೌನ್. ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ರೋ? ಇಂಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ರೋ? ನಿಮ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಕ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್. ಸಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮವರೇ ಎಲ್ಲ, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಫೇಸ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತೇನೋ? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ವೇನೋ? ನೀನ್ ಹೆಂಡತಿಗೆ ಮದುವೆ ಆಯ್ತೇನೋ? ಏನ್ ಕೇಳೋದು? ಇದೇ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಷನ್, ನೋ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್. ದಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಕ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಫೇಸ್. ಇಂಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ಲೈಕ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಡೇ ಬಿದ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆ, ನಾವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ದಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಟುಡೇ ಸಪೋಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಮಾರ್ಟಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಡೇ. ರಿಮೈಂಡ್ ಮಿ, ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಸೂಲ್ ಹಾಕಿದೀನಿ, ನೋಡಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಗರತ್ನ ನನ್ನ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಜಾಬ್. ಅವ್ರ ಬಾಬಾ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರ ತರ ಹುಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಂತ ಅಲ್ವಾ? cost indifference point andre the two alternatives the cost will remain same. So that is called cost indifference point. Cost indifference point is equal to for similar delta total FC fixed cost yavaglu total matadಬೇಕು. Delta the change difference in total fixed cost kanishta divided by change in variable cost per unit. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ದೇವರಿಗೆ? ಹಲೋ
Yes, sir.
ಹಲೋ ಮೈಕ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ 1 2 3 ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದೀರಾ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಬರ್ರಿ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಡೆಫಿನಿಷನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ವಾಗ. ಮಾರ್ಜಿನಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಏನು? It is a technique of costing, the method of costing ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಬರೀ. Wherein variable costs are charged to charged against sales units and fixed costs are charged in full. Fixed costs are charged in full against contribution. ಅದೇನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಾವೀಗ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದು? ಅದೇನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿರೋದಂದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ರೋಟ್ ನಾವ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ S minus V is equal to C is equal to F plus P. Variable costs are minus from sales. Fixed cost is deducted from the contribution. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಶ್ವಿನಿ ಅವರೇ ಬೈಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಏನ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಡೆಫಿನಿಷನ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ S minus V is the fundamental formula ತಾನೆ. S minus V ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಭಯ ಪಡ್ಕೊತಾರೆ ಬಿಡಿ. So S minus V variable costs are charged against sales. So then fixed cost is charged against contribution. Full stop and continue. Meaning its special value is in decision making. In ಬರ್ಬೇಕು marginal costing and decision making. Arshita, oh Arshita, its special value is in decision making. Underline that. Sapna sapne mein milti hai, ye kodi mein milti hai. Margin of safety and formula ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಬರ್ರಿ. when are you safe above BEP ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಬರ್ರಿ. margin of safety MOS margin of you are safe when you make a profit above the BEP. BEP is no profit, above that it is safe. Margin of safety is equal to actual sales minus BEP sales. Actual sales minus above BEP is the margin. Happy? So yeah, you are not happy? Actual sales minus BEP sales or PPP profit by PV ratio. Happy ಅಲ್ಲ ಆ ದಿನ PPP ಊದುವಾಗ ಮದುವೆ ದಿನ ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಮಾರ್ಜಿನ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ PPP ಆ ದಿನ ಒಂದಿನ ಆದ್ರೂ ಬಾಯ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ PPP ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಬೈ PV ರೇಷಿಯೋ ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೋದಾ? ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಸಾರಿ ಶಿಖಾ ಏನೋ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಬೈ PV ರೇಷಿಯೋ. ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿ. ಹೋಪ್ ಯು ಎಂಜಾಯ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ marginal costing story ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ. marginal cost equal variable cost, prime cost plus variable overhead. Fixed cost should always be expressed in total. Absorption costing is where all the costs are charged. Marginal costing is only marginal cost. Marginal cost is variable cost. Key factor ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? Important factor. So which determines the cost production. very quick ಆಗಿ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಬರೀ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 60 ಸೂರ್ಯ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಫುಲ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ನನ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು ಹೆಂಗಾದ್ರೂ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳೋಣ ಬೇಗ ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಡಿ ಸಾಕು, ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅವ್ರ ಕೂರ್ಸಿ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಮಲ್ಕೋತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಬರೀ ಸಾರಿ ಚೂಡಿದಾರ್ ಸ್ಪೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಸಾರಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪ್ಯಾಂಟ್. ಚೂಡಿದಾರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚೂಡಿದಾರ್ ಏನೇನು ಹಾಕೋತೀರಿ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕು ಯಾವ ರಾಮಾಯಣ. ಸಾರಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪ್ಯಾಂಟ್. ಸ್ವಪ್ನ tomorrow morning also class is there, right? Sorry, sorry shirt and pant dash, right? Selling price 800 500 300. Yeah, very 800 500 is so okay. ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಾಲಮ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಕಾಲಮ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ particulars saree pant shirt ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್. ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಸ್ ಸಾರಿ, ಪ್ಯಾಂಟ್, ಶರ್ಟ್. Selling small here, selling price 800, 500, 300. ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಭಿಷೇಕ್ ನೀನ್ ಬಿಡಪ್ಪ, ನೀನು BBP ಬಿಗ್ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಬ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ 300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ನು ನೀನ್ ಬಿಡಪ್ಪ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕೋತೀವಿ. 300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಗ್ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಪೀಪಲ್, ಅಂಡರ್ಲೈನ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಬಿ. ಯಾ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬಾರ್ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಅಭಿಷೇಕ್ ಬರೆಯೋ. ನಾನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮಗೆ 200 ರೂಪೀಸ್ ಶರ್ಟ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಏನೋ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬಾರ್ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಇನ್ನು ಮದುವೆಗೆ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹಾಕೋಬೇಕು. ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬಾರ್ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ 400, again 400, 200. Underline C, contribution per unit. ಇದೊಂದು 5 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಕಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಬರಬೇಡ, ನಿನ್ನೆ ಹಂಚಿನದೆ. ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಹೇಳೋ.
400, 100, 100.
400, 100, 100. ಅಬ್ಬಾ ದೀಪ ಫೈನಲಿ ಯಸ್. ಸೊ ದೀಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಉರಿತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ನೋಡಿ. 400, 100, 100. ಸೊ ಅಂಡರ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬರ್ರಿ. ಇಫ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಕೀ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆರ್ ಲಿಮಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಇಫ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ಮೈಂಡ್. ಆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಇದ್ದು ಎಷ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಕಾಸ್ಟ್? 200 ಇತ್ತು. 220 ಮಾಡಿ. 220 ಮಾಡಿ. ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸುಮಾ ಇಂತ ಹಿಂಗೆ 220. ಸೊ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ 80 ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಯಾ. ಇಫ್ ದೇರ್ ನೋ ಕೀ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆರ್ ಲಿಮಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್, ಲಿಮಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್, ranking would have been 1, 2, 3 supra. Ranking would have been 1, 2, 3 supra for sari, pant and shirt. Last shirt alva? Sari, pant and shirt. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಯಾಕೆ ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ರ್ಯಾಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ? ಸಾರಿ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾಂಟ್, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಶರ್ಟ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕೀ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು? ಕೀ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬರೀ ಲಿಮಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್. ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾರ್ಸ್ ಐಟಮ್. ಸ್ಕೇರಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಖ. ಸ್ಕೇರ್ಸ್, SCARCE ಸ್ವಪ್ನ. ಸ್ಕೇರ್ಸ್ ಐಟಮ್ಸ್ which limits the output. Another 10 minutes will wind up. Yeah, max. So which limits the output. Full stop. ಈಗ ಪ್ಯಾಂಟ್ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಒಂದೇ ಟೈಲರಿಂಗ್ ಮಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾ? ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ, ಪ್ಯಾಂಟಿಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಶರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬೇರೆನಾ? ಸೇಮ್. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸೇಮ್. ನೀವೇನೋ ಬಜಾಜ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಲ್ ಫ್ಯಾನ್, ಉಷಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫಿಮೇಲ್ ಫ್ಯಾನಾ? ಏನ್ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬಜಾಜ್ ಬರಲ್ವಾ ಹುಡುಗಿರಿಗೆ? ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಸೇಮ್ ಬರೀ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ದ ಟೇಬಲ್. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ. ಲೇಬರ್ ಆರ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಮೆಷಿನ್ ಆರ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್. ಆರ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್. ದೀಪ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್. ಇವತ್ತು 11:30 ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್ at 10:30 ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಸಾರಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಟೆಲ್ ಟುಡೇ 11:30 will happen at 10:30 will happen at 11:30 ಅಂತ. ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್. ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕಾಲಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 8 hours ಬರ್ರಿ. 8 hours. ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕಾಲಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 10 hours ಬರ್ರಿ. 8 hours ಬೇಡ. ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ಸ್ಲೀಪಿಂಗ್ 2 hours ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಕೊಡಿ. 10 hours. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಕಾಲಮ್ ದೇ ಗಾಟ್ ಅಪ್ ವೆರಿ ಅರ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅದಕ್ಕಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಇರ್ಲಿ. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಕಾಲಮ್ 2 hours. Last column 1 hour. Below that, therefore, contribution per ganta, contribution per hour. See, if you don't have hours, you would have gone by sari. Now, ಒಂದು ಸಾರಿಗೆ 10 hours ಬೇಕು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಉದ್ದ ಏನು ದ್ರೌಪದಿ ಸೀರೆ ಎಳೆಕೋಬೇಡಿ, ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸೊ 400/10 ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ? ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಸ್ 40. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ? 50. ಥರ್ಡ್ ಕೇಸ್ 80. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್ therefore ranking 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಪಕ್ಕಡ ಬನ್ನ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ರ್ಯಾಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಏನು ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಉಂಡಿಗೆ? ರ್ಯಾಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಬರೀ 3 to 1. 8 to 1. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ದ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಆರ್ಸ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಯೂಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಅದು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮೇಜರ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೇಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಅನ್ನ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡೋದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ರೆಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ರೆಲೆವೆಂಟ್? ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಹಿಸ್ಟಾರಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಇನ್ಕರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಇರಲೆವೆಂಟ್. ಸಂಕ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ ಗರ್ಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್. ಸಂಕ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇರಲೆವೆಂಟ್. ಕಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಮಿಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಕ್ಕೂಟ್ ಹೋದ ಅಂತ ಅದು ಇರಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ. ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ರೆಲೆವೆಂಟ್. ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ರೆಲೆವೆಂಟ್. ಇಂಪೂಟೆಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ರೆಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ವಿತ್ ರೀಸನ್ಸ್. ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಥಿಯರಿಗೆ. ಶಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ ರೆಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ pandemic. ಮಾರ್ಜಿನಲ್ ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಅಬ್ಸಾರ್ಪ್ಷನ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ದ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓವರ್ ಅಬ್ಸಾರ್ಪ್ಷನ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಅಬ್ಸಾರ್ಪ್ಷನ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಬ್ಸಾರ್ಪ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ತರ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನಾನು ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, 1000 ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ, ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇಮ್. Standard costing is in page number 577 and 626. Yeah, type. So look at this. So labor variance, July 21 examination ಅಲ್ಲಿ labor cost ನೀವು ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಎಕ್ಕುಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಮರ್ತೋಗುತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಫಾರ್
actual
ಟೇಬಲ್. ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ. ಅದು ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್. ಐಡಲ್ ಟೈಮ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸೇಮ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ವಾಪಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದು ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಮಿಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಫಿಗರ್ ಫೈಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದೇ ತರ ವೆರೈಟಿ ಸೇಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೈಮ್ ಪಾಸ್. ಯು ಗೋ ಬೈ ದ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಟಾಟ್. ಡೋಂಟ್ ಗೋ ನೋಡಿ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಜೋಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಹೇಳ್ತೀರೇನ್ರ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಯು ದ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸಸ್. ಈಗ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಂಡಿಚರ್ ವೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಏನು? ಬಜೆಟೆಡ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದೀರಾ ದೇವರು? ಹಲೋ, ಮೈಕ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ 4 by 6. Budgeted overheads are given. Actual overhead is 8 rupees per hour. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದೀರಾ? 8 into how many hours ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯು ಗೆಟ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್. ಅದನ್ನು ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಬೇಸ್, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್. ಅದ ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೊಂದು ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಓವರ್ಹೆಡ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ನಾನು ಟೇಬಲ್ ಸಮೇತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೈಫೈ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇದು. ಕ್ವಶನ್ 2 ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ, ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ವೆರೈಟಿ ಇದೆ. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೊ marginal costing. What is margin of safety? So whenever your sales are above the BEP sale, that's the margin of safety. There are two formulae there. Actual sales minus BEP sales ಅಥವಾ profit by PV ratio. ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಇವತ್ತು just now. PPPPPP ಅಂತ safe. Next. So variable cost, fixed cost. Fixed cost is always in ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ all of you. Fixed cost is in total. Variable cost is in per unit. Per unit for MC, for margin costing. Joke ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂದ್ವಾ?
Yes sir.
Indifference point ಅಂತ ಈಗಲ್ಲ ಬಡ್ಕೊಂಡಲ್ವಾ? Difference in the total fixed cost 3 lakh minus 1 lakh is 2 lakh divided by difference in the variable cost per unit 5 rupees. 2 lakh divided by 5 rupees. What is it? 2 lakh by 5 rupees. Cost indifference point 40,000. 2 marks question. ಇಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂತು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಇಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? Difference in the total fixed cost divided by difference in the variable cost per unit. So this is called cost indifference point. If ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅದು ಇಂಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಬರದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಈಗ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಇಂಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ಇಫ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ page number 633. ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. If actual output is more than CIP, cost indifference point, select the machine having least variable cost. Least variable cost. ಇದೊಂದು ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್. ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡಿ. ಈಗ ಸರ್ 40,000 ಬಂತು ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ, 40,000 ಬಂತು. ನೌ ದೇ ಸೇ ಇಫ್ ದ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ದನ್ 40,000, ಈ ಎರಡು ಮೆಷಿನ್ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇರೋದು ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೆ? ಮೆಷಿನ್ 2ಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಮೆಥಡ್ 2ಗೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರು ನೋಡಿ. ವೆನ್ ದ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ದನ್ 40,000, ಗೋ ಬೈ ಮೆಥಡ್ 2. If it is less than 40,000, it actually equal to is wrong actually. Equal to is indifference. ಎರಡರದ್ದು ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಸೇಮ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದೀರಾ? 40,000 ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? Yeah.
Yes.
Next, this is what we discussed now. Selling price minus variable cost contribution, PV ratio ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, then decide in the key factor. Break even sales, PV ratio, normal computation. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ normal problem. ಇದು ಏನು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. Yeah. At different levels, formula use ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಮಾರ್ಜಿನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳವ್ರೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅದು ಮಾಡಿ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ಥಿಯರಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ರಿಪೀಟಿವ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ, ಉಳಿದುದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅಗೇನ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಥಿಯರಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪೇಜ್ ನಂಬರ್ 724 ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಕೆಲವರು ಬುಕ್ಕೆ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪೇಜ್ 724 ಯಾವುದೆಲ್ಲ ಥಿಯರಿ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಫಾರ್ ಥಿಯರಿ 20 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್. ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್, ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಪವರ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಭವಿಷ್ಯತಿ ಬರೆಯೋ, ಪೇಜ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಬರೆಯೋ. ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ದೆನ್ ಲೇಬರ್ ಟರ್ನ್ ಓವರ್, ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ರಿಡಕ್ಷನ್, ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಬರೀಬಹುದು, ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಪೋರ್ಷನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ, ಎಲೋಕೇಶನ್ ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಅಪೋರ್ಷನ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ದೆನ್ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲಿಸಿಟ್ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕಲಿ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಬರೋದು ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಟು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. Variable cost is equal to product cost. Fixed cost is equal to period cost. Fixed for the period. January to February to the period. Fixed cost is equal to period cost. But the integrated accounting is like, 15 point barayama. Yes, in cost accounting system. Question. Yes. In the head nanu madida introduction chapter le in cost accounting material. Yeah. Responsible center recent article ಇತ್ತು, ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಕಂಪೈಲೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. That's it. So in the examination session ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ which are the important areas to concentrate. Accordingly go by that. Material chapter, labor chapter, contract costing, then cost sheet, marginal costing. Istrale you can score minimum around 25 to 40 minimum. These are the easy chapters. ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ. ಸ್ಕೋರಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಸ್ಕೋರಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ ರೆಫರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ಸ್ಕೋರಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ 2 hour marks, 40 to 50 marks out of ಥಿಯರಿ. ಅವ್ನು ಥಿಯರಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್, 6th ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾ 6th ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಥಿಯರಿ, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಚಾಯ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ಫುಲ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಔಟ್ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಟು ದ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್. 6th ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ theory in November also same. Yeah. Next, material, labor. Then overhead alla hakilla. Overhead complicated illa, but still I put on the right side. Material labor easy alva. Material labor cost sheet, MC marginal costing. Actually caps student ge standard costing also ille barbeku. Adu practice madag illi barutte. Illi 40 to 50 marks ಆರಾಮ್ಸೆ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓದ್ಬೇಡಿ, ನಾನು ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತಗೊಳಕ್ ರೆಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ, ಇದು 40 to 50 marks. ಸೊ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್, ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅದು ಈಸಿನೇ. ಅಂಡ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅದು ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾರಿ. ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ 100 ಮೈನಸ್ LHS. ನೀವು ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಅದು ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್, ಬಜೆಟ್ ಈಸಿಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಬಜೆಟ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಬೋದು, ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸಿಬಲ್ ಬಜೆಟ್, ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಬೋದು. ಕೆಲ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ಅದು 50 marks ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ 50+ ಅಂತ ಹಾಕೋ ಲಾಸ್ಯ ಸಮಾಧಾನ. ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ 50 ಓದ್ಬೇಕಾದ ಇಷ್ಟು ಚಿಂತೆ 3 ಸಲ ಬರೀ. ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಜೆಟರಿ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್, ಸೇ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸಿಬಲ್ ಬಜೆಟ್, ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಬರ್ಬೋದು. FM ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಇದೆಯಂದ್ರೋ, FM ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಹೊಸ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಕ್ಲೇಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಪಾಪ, ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದೇವ್ರ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್. ನೀವು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗೋದಕ್ಕೂ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಯ್ತು. ಸೊ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್, ಬಜೆಟರಿ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಇನ್ನೇನಿದೆ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್,
ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್,
ಇದು ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ಟೋನಿಗೆ ಈಸಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ 60 ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅದನ್ನ 60 ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್, ABC ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್, ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 60 ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಈ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಪೋರ್ಷನ್ ಫುಲ್ ಇನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರಿಪ್. ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಪೋರ್ಷನ್ ಒಂದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈಸಿನೇ, ಬಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಪರ್ಪಸ್. ರೀಸನಬ್ಲಿ ಎಂಜಾಯ್ಡ್ ದ ರಿವಿಷನ್.
Yes, sir.
4 hours plus ನಿನ್ನೆ ಎಷ್ಟು 4 hours 8 hours. Good, right? So now the plan of action is, I know it's little tiring, I know that is not so, but it's okay, enjoy. ನಮಗೂ ಟೈರಿಂಗ್ ನೋಡಿ, ಈಗಲೇ ಬಿದ್ಬಿಡ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ. ಇನ್ನೀಗ ನೋಡಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪೂಜೆ ಇದೆ, ಏನೇನೋ ಇದೆ, ಇರ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಮಜಾ ಮಾಡ, ನೋಡ್ಕೋవాలి. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಜೋಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಆಗ್ತಲ್ಲ ಜೋಕ್ಸ್ ಏನೋ ಇದ್ರೆ. ಇನ್ನು 11 ಗಂಟೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. those who want to read, you can read. ಓದೆ ಶ್ರೇಯಾ.
ಗುರು ಕಂಡೋರ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಬಾವಿಗೆ ತಳ್ಳೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಡು. ತಿಮ್ಮ: ಮಠಾಧೀಶರು ತಾವು ಮದುವೆ ಆಗದೆ ಸಾಮೂಹಿಕ ಮದುವೆ
ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಡಿಸೋದು. ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ದ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇದಂತ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ನವಿಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ವೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ಡ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ, ಸೊ ಹೌ ಟು ಬಿ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾರೇಜ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಸ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೇಸ್, ಇಫ್ ಐ ವುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನೋನ್ ವೈ ಐ ವುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಅಂತ. ನನಗದು ಸೀಕ್ರೆಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ನಾನು ಮದುವೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜೋಕ್ಸ್ ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್. ಸೊ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ 3 more days: Friday, Saturday, 4 more days: Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sunday again 1:45. Don't worry about your marks, just attend. Okay, Sunday again the faculties will be doing the valuation. Maybe I myself or Aman sir will decide, we'll do the valuation. And only one small observation, right or wrong ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Do you want me to start the tax at 6:30 or 7:30? Then what I observed was, ಆ ದಿನ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫುಲ್ಲು ನೀವು ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಓದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪಾಪ ಬರ್ದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸುಸ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಂತ ನನಗೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಪ್ರೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇತ್ತು. ವೆನ್ ಐ ಸಾ ಎಸ್ಟರ್ಡೇ, maybe you would have been tired, you require with 1 hour break ಅಂತ. So instead of starting at 6:30 on that day, we'll start at 7:30 ಅಂತ. So I thought, if you think it is, illa sir, we are otherwise also tired forever in life andre, there is no point, we can cause indifference, we'll start at 6:30. So my suggestion was, ಸಂಡೇ ಇದೆ, ಸಂಡೇ ಮಂಡೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಮೇ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಆಗುವವರೆಗೆ. IPL ನೋಡಕ್ಕಿಲ್ವೇನ್ರು? IPL ಯಾವಾಗ ಇದೆಯಾ ಈಗ? ಯಾರಿಗೊಂದು ಪಿಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಂಡು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಹಂಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಯಾ ಅಭಿಷೇಟ್ರೆ, ಓ ಶೆಟ್ರೆ, ಮನೇಲಿ ಟಿವಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. IPL ಇದೆಯಾ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಟಿವಿದ್ದು? ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಡಿ ಈಗಲೇ, ರೈಟ್ ನಾವು ಹಾಕ್ಲಾ? ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಡ. ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ನಮ್ದೊಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಫೋಟೋ just a second. ಬೇಕಾಗ ನಿಂತಾರೆ. Okay, wait. That's not happening. So do you want me to start 6:30 or 7:30?
6:30, sir.
6:30 is good? Okay, ನಿಮಗೆ ಸುಸ್ತಾಗಲ್ವಾ? ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ವಾ? You are not tired?
6:30 to 9:30.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಕೇಳಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಓಪನ್ ಎಂಡೆಡ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ನಮ್ದು, ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಎಂಡೆಡ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ದು ಏನಿದು ಓಪನ್ ಎಂಡೆಡ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್. ನೀವು ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡಿ, ನೀವು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ಗೆ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಡಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಹೇಳಿ 6:30 ಓಕೆ ನಾನು ಕಂಫರ್ಟಬಲ್
6:30 sir.
7:30.
ಅಲ್ಲ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಅದು ನೀವು ಇದು ಬೇಡ 6:37 ಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ 6:30 ಅದೇ 7:30 ಅಂತ ಅದು 7 o'clock ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇಡ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ 7 is idea. Okay, now 7 o'clock will start. So Sunday, so valuation 6 o'clock ಮುಗಿಯುತ್ತೆ. half an hour 45 minutes ರಿಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ನಂದು ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ when I start a class ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ half an hour ಮಲ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, 1 hour ಮಲ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ. So 6:45 ಒಳಗೆ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. 7 o'clock will start. ಆಯ್ತಾ? So I'll be taking 3-4 sessions on income tax GST this time with the RTP also. Okay, revision test paper ನೀವು ಮುಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ. I will only take care. Entire RTP I will take care in the session. Inform others also. Income tax is an important area where people are missing. Adukosara we'll take care of that. Artha aita? Fine. That's it. So Sunday morning, Sunday 1:45 costing mock test. Sunday evening 7 o'clock we are starting with income tax GST. That's it. Okay, keep reading, keep enjoying. Don't worry about the weather changes. Don't worry about seke. Don't worry about. Keep reading. Keep reading. ಎಷ್ಟಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟು 80% 90% syllabus cover ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಸೊ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕವರ್ ಇನ್ 8 to 9 hours ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕವರ್ ಇನ್ another 9 into 4 days 36-40 hours ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕವರ್ ಅಪ್ ದಟ್. ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಸಮ್ಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಥಿಯರಿ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಶೂರ್ ರೀಸನಬಲ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಒನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್. ಗಾಡ್ ಬ್ಲೆಸ್ ಯು ಆಲ್. ಮಸ್ತ್ ಮಜಾ ಮಾಡಿ.